Each and everyone. We are going to deal with one item today, and that is the consideration and adoption of the budget vote report, budget vote number 37. We do have received the agenda. It is also been flighted by the portfolio secretary. I would call upon members now to propose, and I will also call upon a seconder in order for us to proceed with this meeting.
Chairperson, good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the portfolio as well as the support staff and the department. Chair, Honorable Nkosi, I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi is moving. Any seconder? We want to proceed, members. We are dealing with the adoption. Unless anyone else says they don't want us to deal with it. Going once?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Going twice? Is there a hand?
Chair, it's Honorable Mbio. Sorry.
Honorable Mbuyo is
Yes.
seconding the proposal. Thank you so much, Honorable Mbuyo. I will now call upon the content advisor to flight the report. I am not going to explain the procedure again, but would like to, on behalf of the portfolio committee members, thank the content advisor for her work throughout the morning hours. On behalf of the committee, would like to say thank you. Honorable members, we also request members to send revisions so that it can be added to the report. We will also give another opportunity, a fair opportunity to members to add during this meeting. But I want to emphasize that we are not going to reinvent the wheel to start a meeting over and add minutes as we wish. It is our report. It must be a true reflection of what members have said. Should a member feel he or she did not say that, you are welcome to rectify that as well. I'm now calling on the content advisor, Ms. Clayton.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members and colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me the opportunity to work through this report with the committee. Chair, I'm just going to take some direction from you. I was thinking of scrolling through the report page by page, and members can then point out anything that they're not happy with, if that's okay with you, Chairperson.
Please do.
Thank you. So page 1, the date will be added once the report has been adopted. This is just some introductory texts about the purpose of the vote. Page 2, the method that the committee followed to compile this report. Just stating that the committee met with the department yesterday and then also with an entity, that is the Robben Island Museum, on the 28th of April. And then page 3 provides a strategic overview of the department. Sorry. Linking it to the MTDP priorities. And then also to just scroll down a bit. NDP, MTDP, mentioning the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which the department also takes into consideration when planning. It looks at the President's 2026 State of the Nation address. Page 7 then deals with the department's strategic outcomes for the 2024-2029 period. Chair, just to highlight that the department has swapped these two outcomes around in the 2026-27 APP. It doesn't have any bearing on its planning, but it signals that they have prioritized the one above the other. And then just looking more into depth into the outcomes. The legislative and policy environment for 2026-27. And this comes from information that is applied in the department's annual performance plan. It looks at activities outlined for this financial year relating to legislative reviews and also amendments to certain acts and bills. In this subsection looks at institutional policies and strategies, and just briefly outlines all the policies that the department will be working on in the current financial year. And then, sorry, importantly, that these are new strategies and policies that are introduced in the 2026-27 APP. And then we move to the summary of the budget expenditure for the financial year. That's page 12. Just an overall budget allocation and overview of that, page 13. Looking across the medium term and then taking into consideration projected inflation rates and how that affects the budget in terms of nominal amounts and real amounts. And as you can see, the nominal budget increases quite a bit compared to the last financial year, but when inflation is taken into consideration, there isn't that much of an increase for this financial year. So the department actually doesn't have as much buying power as it would seem. Table 4 looks at the budget allocation per program, and then showing the percentage of each allocation as a percentage of the total budget. That's page 15. And then we look at new performance indicators included in the 2026-27 APP. This again just looks at how the budget changes when inflation rates are applied, and then expenditure by economic classification, page 18. And this is just the narrative of what is in the table. And then page 19 is just a bit on gender responsive budgeting. That is based on a statement by National Treasury to indicate how selected departments have to budget in response to creating economic opportunities for women. This is page, let me just check which page this is, page 20. And this is just outlining how the department responds to the gender budget statement. Just some general observations on the on the budget and some key financial highlights. And then the report looks at budgetary allocations per program. Is program 1 administration, page 23. Page 24 is program 2. Page 25. 26. This is still program 2 to page 27. This section deals with the conditional grant for mass participation. This is page 28. Page 29. Page 31 is program 3. Program 4, page 33. So program 4, looking at economic classification, allocations per economic classification. Just trying to go down. Then we deal with the conditional grant for library services. And that's allocations per province. Page 39. Page 40 considers the outcomes of the meeting with the Robben Island Museum. And just looking at revenue for the entity of the MTEF. That's all. And then we come to committee observations and recommendations. And I will pause here, Chair, and take direction from you. Chairperson?
My apologies. I think members, now we're going to start with the bone of contention, and that is the recommendations, if I'm right.
That's good.
Fiona?
That's correct, Chairperson. So I would just like to work a little bit more carefully through this section, since the members have seen the report.
Yes.
So if we could just go a little bit, look at this a little bit more closely, based on yesterday's meeting and also the meeting with Robben Island Museum. Okay, so I'm going to shoot through to recommendation 6.1, which deals with the annual performance plan for 2026-27. The observation is that the committee expressed concern that the number of performance indicators declined from 45 in the 2024-25 financial year to 25 in the 25-26 financial year, before increasing again to 34 in the current financial year. The committee raised this issue in the 2025 budget vote report and remains of the view that the 2026-27 annual performance plan should be revised to better enable effective tracking of the department's initiatives and interventions. In addition, the committee noted that performance indicators are not clearly defined and that certain targets are not adequately aligned with the department's priorities. I will pause before we move on to the recommendation, Chairperson.
Any comments on what has been read on that recommendation?
Honorable Cabo, Chair.
Yes.
From my side.
Please proceed, Honorable Cabo, and I think you want to speak on to the lowering of targets. Please proceed.
Yes, I was specifically speaking to that. It's just that I was zooming into the recommendation, but that is a true reflection, and I believe that the recommendation also speaks to us recommending that the department must consider restructuring it and aligning it properly. I'm fine with it, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Proceed, Fiona.
Thank you. Then I'll just move on to the next recommendation. Chair, this one is in red because it came after the report was circulated earlier this morning. And so I'd just like to go through this to see if there are any objections to what is written in the report.
Can you
So
read
this
it
is
for us?
sure. So this is 6.2 planning and expenditure management, performance-based budgeting. The observation is that the committee notes that linking budgets to specific performance indicators is critical for assessing the cost effectiveness of individual interventions. In the absence of a clear and direct relationship between expenditure and measurable performance outcomes, the committee's capacity to conduct rigorous value for money oversight is constrained. And the corresponding recommendation to that is that the department should submit a detailed budget breakdown for each performance indicator contained in the APP. That should be 26, 27. Clearly linking financial allocations to targeted outputs. This level of detail will enable the committee to assess whether allocated resources are proportionate to the intended impact and will support more informed decision-making during the mid-year budget review process. And that is where the committee does its BRRR process. Linked to this, the department should also submit its calendar of events and provide a detailed budget breakdown of each planned event. And I'll pause there, Chairperson.
Yeah, I think, honorable members, that is a very important one. We are struggling for a second time with the calendar of events because there are members on this platform who used to go and visit and go to these occasions. I'm thinking about Honorable Mtetwa at some stage when 16 June was in, and Honorable Molatsani in Free State and other members. Things are happening in front of our doorstep. And a very important thing here, honorable members, which we should note, is the issue of link that activity to a budget, to an amount, where I think Honorable Khabo mentioned, we have to see it. Okay, this is a 1 million rand project. We will then follow it, suit, check who's the contractors, check who gain out of this. So follow and connecting all those dots to keep the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on their toes. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to check, this doesn't replace the original 6.2, does it? Or have you moved it down?
6 point.
The original one,
6.2.
yeah, the original one referred to the practice of implementing initiatives that aren't provided for in the APP.
I think there's some addings.
Okay, that's
it might
moved
be
down.
lower
Okay,
down.
no problem.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to double
yes,
check.
Chair.
Okay.
Everything just shifted down a bit. So sorry about
Down,
that.
yes.
Didn't
Because
keep
there was an addition during yesterday's meeting. Thanks, Honorable Potgieter. 6.3.
Chair, so this can stay as is?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, Chair, we fully support it.
We fully support it, Chair.
Thank you.
Let me just note that.
6.3.
Okay, so 6.3 deals with the ad hoc projects. The observation, the committee expresses serious concern about the department's recurring practice of implementing significant initiatives that are not provided for in the annual performance plan. The ad hoc implementation of projects such as the provision of wheelchairs for the national basketball team, the Live Golf tournament, and the video assistance referee initiative points to a departure from systematic and strategic planning. Such unplanned interventions risk undermining fiscal discipline and may result in the diversion of resources away from core, pre-approved mandates and long-term strategic objectives. That's the observation, Chairperson.
You read something of Lift Golf now, and I think Honorable Molatsani has added something.
That's correct, Chairperson. So that's the next point.
Oh, the next one. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I do fully support this inclusion. I would just say that it has resulted in the diversion of resources. It's not a May issue. The diversion of VAR resulted in a complete defunding of sports federations, and they were given that money back, but they couldn't spend it before the end of the financial year. So it has a direct impact on the development of athletes, artists, and etc. And I don't know if that is quite clearly articulated if we say that it may be. Thanks.
It could, or it has the potential. And then the other thing also what we can add here is, let me just see, the department encouraged to submit comprehensive report detailing a travel undertaking. Do we have both the minister and the deputy minister?
Chair,
I think one of the previous ones says both.
Chairperson, I think you've skipped ahead a bit.
Oh, okay.
I
My
think you've skipped
apologies.
ahead a bit. That's this point here, Chairperson, the
Okay,
ministerial travels.
my apologies. Let's do 6.4.
It's 6.3, Chair.
My apologies, 6.3.
The recommendation, Chairperson, just to make sure that everyone agrees with the recommendation. The department is encouraged to ensure that all future projects and interventions are strictly aligned with the approved APP and medium-term strategic framework. To prevent the proliferation of ad hoc initiatives, it is recommended that the department establishes a rigorous internal screening process to evaluate the strategic necessity and budgetary impact of any new proposals before implementation, inclusive of cost-benefit analyses. Furthermore, the department should provide the committee with a detailed report justifying the funding sources and performance metrics for all currently unbudgeted projects to ensure full transparency and legislative oversight.
Happy, honourable members? Honourable Potgieter?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to raise the issue, and perhaps it's not for inclusion, but when these diversions were made with regards to the budget, I think it was the CFO who stated that he had authority to move budget around outside of parliamentary processes, and he maintains that to this day. And I have a particular problem with that because, if that's the case, then, all of us might as well not go to parliament because we serve no purpose. So I do not agree with the statement that he has unlimited, authority to change budgets without, advising the committee or without following a process of some sort. I don't know if we can, articulate that in this particular clause. I do think, you stated there that, they must provide a detailed report, but what we've had previously, because we did raise this in the last performance report, and we still got that reasoning from him after the fact. Thanks.
Honourable Molatani, in the meantime, while Fiona consider how we're going to phrase that, factor that in. Honourable
Thank you
Molatani.
very much, Chairperson. I don't know, man, on the recommendation, I think we need to phrase it. Unfortunately, English was not my first language, but we need to phrase it in a way that, Chairperson, like when you read it, it still gives the department a little leverage to continue doing as they pleases on the budget. I want it to be put in such a way that next time when they try to do that, we can be able to hold them accountable. I think we need to close this recommendation in such a way that they can't even find a space to maneuver around. Thank you, Chair.
I agree, Honourable Molatani. Can you indicate how it is phrased? Honourable Khabo?
No, Chairperson. Firstly, I thought I must agree that the observation in terms of shifting of funds outside parliamentary processes must be included as an observation. And part of the recommendation should speak to a request to the department for them to provide and furnish us with their procurement plans, of which their spending pattern will be informed by their procurement plan, something of that nature. But basically, based on our observation that there are funds shifting across either federations and ad hoc projects. For us to avoid that situation, we should firstly be in possession of that procurement plan so that we are able to make our oversight in and around the procurement plan. In that way, there is no way we would be able to know that every little cent of the department, where is it committed, so that the department does not have the leverage of shifting funds. Because what gives them the leverage to shift funds is just a practical example of issues of federations. You'll be saying that for federations they've got 180, but you don't know specifically how much is each federation is going to get. I was just making that as an example. So I was saying the issue of the spending pattern must be aligned to the procurement plan. Thank you very much, Chair.
Agreed. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think we're coming full circle and aligning what we need to actually put in there. I think the observation is correct. So the shifting of funds outside of parliamentary processes has become a norm in that department, without any justification or what would you call it, evidence of authority to do so. Because we've never been given that. So I think possibly that's what the observation needs to state, is that there seems to be, what do you call it, an overabundance of shifting of funds, or I don't know what the terminology is, sorry, my English is failing me today, a tendency to shift funds.
Can you read it to us, Fiona?
Yeah. I'm just watching her write it here, Chair. So there appears to be a tendency to shift funds outside of parliamentary processes with no justification provided. And then I would, something along the lines of, as to the authority to do so, or Fiona, you're more clever than me. I'm sure you can put that in wording.
I will do so. I'm just capturing the spirit of the contribution, but I will clean up the language.
Perfect. And then I agree with Honourable Moletsane and Honourable Khabo. Then the recommendation would read along the lines of that the procurement plan, need to match up with the allocation of funds. It can't be that they're allocating funds, but they are not updating their plans.
You see, I'm having a huge problem, but I don't want really us to discuss over and over, but the inputs by members actually now also forced me, and I'm thinking aloud here, honorable members. If you look at what has been said by Honorable Khabo and Honorable Potgieter, it actually make my political clause just comes up. I don't know how is it that someone within Treasury of DSEC have controls over the disbursements of funds. So I don't know whether we are able, but you must guide us. You should guide us whether this is lawful, and to shift money is just around in the fashion that you are explaining now outside Parliament process. I think we are living in a constitutional democracy, and if we perhaps can say that something like an act must be passed by Parliament to prevent this, because CFOs can just do what they like, and we're talking big money here. Now I have opened a can of worms, and I see more hands. The Honorable Mataung, followed by Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. You stole some of my my lines there because I wanted to even ask if is there any clause that we can put in whenever it comes to these monies that have been moving up and down, and for us not being unaware of, because of when you move monies, then the money that you're moving from a different sector to another sector, I think that sector tend to suffer, that's one of the other things that we faced last year when we called in all the entities through the committee, when they said they haven't got their money yet, or because of the VAR was there and the money was supposed to be taken from all these sectors and in order to boost for the VAR. So I think we need to look at the clause, or maybe from Treasury, they are the ones that will be able to assist us in order to make sure that we are in the right page with the clause, especially whenever moving the monies around. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Tetwa. Please unmute, Honorable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I thought it is someone. Oh, please proceed.
You thought that I was hanging my coat and not
No,
sitting
I was thinking
in the
about
meeting.
something else.
No, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, the honorable members. My understanding was that the process to channel monies into something else that was not budgeted for, it would fall under the deviation process. And the deviation process requires the department to follow a process that will go through the Treasury. Now, if we have to make any recommendation, it should then speak to that process, the committee being notified of such processes, so that it doesn't just happen without the portfolio committee knowing, considering that the budget would have been approved by the committee itself, by Parliament. Therefore, the Parliament should also be notified. I don't know whether it will be getting too much into, they might think that we're getting too much into the operations of the department, but I think it's part of our oversight. We can't just be told we are going to spend 60 million on Rappi XA, and then at the end of the day, only 20 million goes to Rappi XA, and the other money goes anywhere. What the chief director said, I don't think it's correct. The
Yeah,
CFO said, I don't think is correct.
I agree, Honorable Tetwa. You know, also, and Fiona will agree with me, there are limited, powers also, or procedures when it comes to governments. But it is something that we must think about for the 7th Parliament. To what extent, how can we as members allow or work on something to enact a law, perhaps to safeguard this? The last speaker, Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Honorable Tetwa touched on what I wanted to add. I think, because if you remember correctly, what happened with the VAR issue was that they reallocated it, only to be told by National Treasury that they're not allowed to do that, and they had to put it back. That was the sequence of events. So I think what we need to put here, and I don't think we're overstepping, I think they're overstepping into parliamentary processes in terms of budget approval. And they're kind of shifting the decision-making powers of Parliament away from us. So what I think we need to say here is that they, in essence, need to provide us with proof that National Treasury has approved the diversion of funds to another program or project before they do it.
Agree. Can we give an opportunity to the content advisor to formulate that for us?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry to interrupt your meeting. I'm just capturing the essence of what is being said, and I will clean it up. But I just want to make sure that I did capture the spirit of what is being raised in the meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we move to the next number?
Sorry, Chair, I don't know if there's...
My apologies. I thought it was a legacy end, but please proceed, Honorable Mataung.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Remember yesterday I spoke about our recommendations. I think we also need to put a clause down to say and give them a time frame of saying when we recommended something or when we gave them recommendations, what sort of time frame that they need to come back again to the policy, to the committee. I think that one will also need to look at it because we always send recommendations, but there's nothing happening in terms of the response and everything. So I think we also need to create a clause that will speak of that.
Yeah, Honorable Mataung, I can tell you also during the changes or some comments, I want Fiona to mention it. I can tell you, I can attest to that. The recommendations that we've made last year, specifically when it comes to the budget, it has been followed through to the T by Parliament. And then what we are doing here today, it will be also a response, I think, to the Speaker, Fiona, direct response what has been done towards this, and there is some progress on this in the past that I have observed. Proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chair. I did put a general date at the beginning of the section, which is 30 July 2026, but members are welcome to change per point if anything is more urgent than that, or if anything can be pushed later into the financial year. Then that can be included in the recommendations. Chair, just on the note of the reports that are tabled, the Speaker's Office does track what, how, and when the departments respond to the reports. And Chairperson?
My humble apologies, please proceed.
So I was just saying, Chairperson, that the Speaker's Office does track the deadlines given to departments. And if the departments fail to meet those deadlines, then the Speaker's Office will alert the department and ask for responses. So perhaps we could just move on to, where were we? 6.3 needs to be fixed up. 6.4. Again, Chairperson, this one is in red, because it came after the report was circulated, and it deals with the Live Golf Tournament specifically. The observation reads, the committee has expressed concerns regarding the planning, implementation, benefits, and long-term legacy of the Live Golf Tournament. It further notes that an amount of 100 million rand was allocated under Program 2 for license fees associated with hosting the tournament in March 2026. Of this amount, sponsorships totaling 15 million rand were secured, while the department incurred expenditure of 85 million rand. And then just the corresponding recommendation.
Before we fiddle with that one, there's some clarity seeking questions from Honorable Molatani, I think, or Honorable Khabo, pertaining to the approval, amount, and sponsorship. Before we are going to tamper with how we're going to structure that sentence. My understanding was that Cabinet approved, and after the approval of Cabinet, a budget proposed for 100 million. And I'm not too sure whether it was a specific amount allocated or earmarked that should become from sponsorships. I lost it there yesterday when the minister explained, but it's open for discussion in terms of the understanding thereof before we formulate a sentence.
Chairperson, that is earlier on in the report, and it is also in the E&E. Treasury did approve a budget of 100 million rand, but that was contingent on the department finding sponsorships to that value. If they did not manage to find sponsorships to the value of 100 million rand, then whatever shortfall there is will be covered by the department. And that's where the 15 million and 85 million rand comes into play. The 15 million rand was secured. That's what the minister said through sponsorships. And then 85 million rand is what the department had to cover.
Thank you for that clarity. And now I have a sound understanding. Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. I would then like to know where the 85 million was taken from in order to cover the shortfall that they didn't secure sponsors for. I don't think that's included in the recommendation. It addresses everything.
No, Honorable Potgieter, the 15 million was sponsorship, and the minister mentioned the sponsors.
But what Fiona has just said is that where the department could not secure the balance, they had to take it from their money, which is the 85 million. So where did they move the 85 million from? So who lost out on 85 million in order to sponsor this?
So my understanding is that Treasury did approve the 100 million rand.
Yes.
But it was
separately.
Contingent. No, that's inclusive. That's part of the total.
No. What I'm trying to understand is where did the 100 million come from?
The question here is who offset the 85 million? Is
Honorable
it us?
you still have a button where you can raise your hand.
Honorable Khabo was championing me. I appreciate.
I apologize.
No, I appreciate. I'm trying to understand, Chair. So 100 million rand was allocated, and they said they had to get sponsors. They got 15 million rand. So where did the 85 million rand? Where did it come from? Was it taken from the department's budgets? And if so, then it had to have been moved from somewhere else. So somebody would have lost out on 85 million rand, if you understand me.
Yes, now I understand. Honorable Khabo?
No, my apology, Chair. I was just coming in through the defense of Honorable Potgieter to say that the argument at hand is that who offsetted the 85 million? If it's us as the department, which program had to offset that 85 million? That's what I wanted to argue, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Fiona, do you have an idea?
I have no idea, Chairperson. I don't work for the department.
I thought because the fact that Cabinet approved that and approved the whole event, the money came from Treasury. Because in most, if not all cases, where Cabinet approved a high-profile event of this nature, what actually happened is that the government is actually, paid to that debt or shortfall in what Honorable Potgieter is saying. Honorable Molatsani?
Chairperson, I think the same question that Honorable Khabo asked, he did ask it yesterday, and the CFO didn't respond on that question up until Minister come in to say that, in fact, when Honorable Khabo asked this question, he asked this question, there were two. Where did they get the funds from the budget, and why there was this event which was not appearing in the budget? That's when the CFO could not tell us where did they get the fund. The only answer we got was from the minister, where he said that this program was presented in the ministry with the president, and then the president approved that event. But the issue of where did they get the funds, they did not explain to the portfolio members. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that is what it is. And I agree with you, honorable members. The process, everything has been followed. The event has been approved. The cabinet has also approved it. Treasury has also signed on the dotted line. That's the only answer that we have. I don't know, as a committee, can we then ask a question on behalf of the committee, or should we ask individual question or to the ministry or to the department? I'm not sure how we're going up, how we will go about here. Honorable
Chairperson, can I come in?
Nkosi. Yes, please, and then Honorable Nkosi.
Sorry, Chairperson, Ms. Moletsani is correct that the question was posed to the department and it was vaguely answered. But we can add it as part of the recommendation, and I'll just added it in blue. That the
Fine, then
department
we can
must-
close
yeah.
then we can close the discussion on this, because that is a concern and question from members. Is that related to the issue at hand, Honorable Nkosi?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think Fiona has just covered me by putting this on the recommendations, because the report it's needed, Chair, or the explanation it's needed. We must know all these monies, where are they going to be spent and whatever, so that we can monitor the targets and what. I'm sorry, and whatever. But I think the recommendation has just been covered. Me, it's fine.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi. Can we move on, honorable members, unless
Okay.
it is, yes, proceed. It looks serious. Other hands are still there that look also serious.
No, mine was, it wasn't an old hand, it was a new one. Chair, I think the point is, because Fiona said very clearly, and I just want to get confirmation that Treasury, or the cabinet approved it contingent on the fact that the department had to find sponsors. Otherwise, the department had to cover the shortfall. So from that statement, I understand it to mean that the department had to then pay the 85 million. So I think that sentence is partly correct, but I don't know if we can state, that they must provide, the budgetary implications of the 85 million shortfall, as would have had to have been diverted from existing programs.
Chairperson, my hand has
I
been
think,
up. Chairperson,
okay, Honorable Khabo, please proceed.
my apology. My hand has been up. My argument earlier on when you presented the issue of treasury, that's when I raised my hand. I wanted to indicate that my understanding is that Treasury gave an approval by virtue of the department, firstly giving them an assurance that they'll source sponsorship, but secondly, in an event they don't get sponsorship, they will then shift funds from within the department. So the approval, my understanding is that the approval was that the department was then able to approach Treasury to say that out of all the programs that we are having, this is where we are able to take out 85 million. And that is where our argument it is, Chairperson. And even if it can be approved by Treasury, it is still the department, the leading department, that must bear or carry the financial burden of implementing that project. So it is for that reason our argument is that even if it was approved by Treasury and Cabinet, where did they take or where did they get the money within the budget that we have approved? Which program was compromised? And I think it has been captured well in terms of providing a detailed report on the budgetary implication, Chairperson.
If we
Thank
lose
you very much.
Honorable Khabo now.
No, can you hear me now?
No, Chair, we
He's
can hear
audible,
him. I
Chair.
think it's you.
Honorable Khabo?
Yes, I was saying, Chairperson. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes,
Proceed.
all of it. We can hear you, Honorable Khabo.
No, I was saying, Chairperson, the observation should be done that is correct, that even if the matter has been approved by Cabinet and Treasury has agreed on the shifting of funds, the understanding is that Treasury will only give you an approval based on the allocation that they have already given you. They will not top it up. They will say that within the allocation that we have already given you, show us where within the budget can you tap into where you'll be able to offset this 85 million. And that's why we want to get an understanding of which program was implicated negatively by virtue of the withdrawal of the budget to fund this program of leave. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if you caught me there.
I got you, Honorable Molatani. Let's close this matter.
Chairperson, it's a legacy hand. My apologies.
I couldn't get you.
She said it's a legacy hand.
Legacy hand.
Thank you. You see, the other thing also, from the past, if cabinet approves an event of this nature, let's say Olympics, once cabinet approves, it means any shortfall, they will stand, or government will stand surety, which I don't know. To me, seems that the money will not come out of that particular department. I'm not sure, but it is formulated in. If you can just read it to us.
Chair, the recommendation does speak to that in a way, and it asks the department to provide a comprehensive closeout report containing rigorous return on investment analysis to justify the 85 million rand net expenditure. And then it asks for the report to go beyond high-level projections and to present verified evidence of local job creation, etc. And in addition, the report must contain details about the sponsorships, address the matter of the shortfall, and outline a clear strategy to enhance private sector funding for future events. Yeah, in order to reduce reliance on public funds. So that's where that issue comes in.
That's great.
So, yeah. Okay.
Let's go to the next point.
6.5 is the issue of ministerial travels. The observation is that the committee noted the high frequency of international and domestic travel. I think it's just international, Chairperson, if I'm correct, but I'll fix that. Undertaken by the Minister and Deputy Minister. While acknowledging the importance of international engagement and the fulfillment of executive functions, the committee expressed concern regarding the cumulative impact of these travels on the department's budget. There is a perceived need for greater transparency to ensure that such engagements are strategically aligned with the department's core mandate and yield tangible benefits for the sector. The recommendation is that the department is encouraged to submit a comprehensive report to the committee detailing all travel undertaken by the political principals since the inception of the 7th administration. This report should provide a clear breakdown of the purpose of each trip, total expenditure incurred, and a substantive assessment of the outcomes achieved. Specifically, the department should demonstrate how these engagements have directly benefited the sector and contributed to the realization of the department's strategic objectives.
Can we take it for granted that these trips is in line with what we discussed on our study trip, that it is to do with countries that we have treaties with? I am very happy with the recommendation with particular reference to the outcome as well as the travel of that. That would also, give members opportunity to measure whether we received value for money on that. The next point.
Sorry, at 6.6, Chairperson, the MGE Artists in Schools program. The observation is that the committee notes the program finds expression in the MOU between the department and DBE signed in September 2024. However, the committee notes with concern that the program has remained in abeyance since early 2025 following the department's assessment that revealed strategic misalignment. The committee notes that the final report is expected at the end of May 2026 to determine the way forward. However, the committee reiterates its concern regarding the abrupt suspension of the program and maintains the view that it should be revived. And then the recommendation is that the department utilizes the findings of the report to facilitate the reintroduction of the program during the 26-27 mid-term review process in preparation for implementation ahead of the 2027 school year. The program's delivery model should be revised to address previously identified misalignment while ensuring continued adherence to the core objectives of the September 2024 MOU. Furthermore, the department should strengthen collaborative mechanisms with DBE to ensure successful integration of the program into the school calendar and alignment with the broader educational outcomes. Consequently, the midterm review, the department should submit a comprehensive report to the committee detailing resource allocations, implementation timelines, and clearly defined key performance indicators for the programs being introduced. Thanks, Chairperson.
I'm happy unless there's any adding from any member. Going once, twice. Let's move to the next one.
Thanks, Chair. The next point deals with vacancies within the department. The committee notes that the department is still to finalize its new organizational structure in consultation with DPSA. While this has a bearing on filling vacancies, a critical senior management post, namely DDG Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development, has remained vacant since the former incumbent was appointed to the position of DG in August 2025, raising concerns about leadership continuity and program stability. The recommendation is that the department should expedite consultations with DPSA to conclude the restructuring process, thereby removing the primary bottleneck to filling critical vacancies. In addition, the department should prioritize the recruitment and appointment of a DDG and to ensure leadership stability, institutional continuity, and effective service delivery.
We also yesterday, what we need to add is request a timeline of events similar to what we've did with ASA, that only came a year later and gave us a timelines for another year. So I think they need to give us, advertisement this quarter, in the shortlisting that quarter, interviews, appointment. We need that. The way it is a little bit empty. Can you read it to us, Fiona?
Chair, I just added a quick sentence there that says the department should indicate timelines and steps planned to filling this position.
Okay.
But I will. The language is not great,
Happy.
but I will clean it up. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
The next point,
6.8.
6.8, it becomes 6.8, so it deals with employment equity. The committee reviewed the department's report regarding employment equity across the full establishment and noted with concern that the current figures fail to reflect national demographics. Furthermore, the committee expressed dissatisfaction with the department's inability to report clearly on specific employment equity targets, highlighting a lack of accountability in achieving a representative workforce. The recommendation is that the department should take immediate and targeted steps to align its workforce with national demographic imperatives in accordance with applicable employment equity legislation to promote inclusivity and excellence. Furthermore, the department should strengthen its reporting frameworks to clearly articulate employment equity targets, progress made, and corrective measures, thereby improving accountability and compliance with its statutory obligations.
What we need to add before I'm going to give you Honorable Molatsani, that the department should submit its what targets did we say? Employment equity targets whether they have reached it or not, and if they have not reached it, the reasons thereof. And then Honorable Khabo, in this debate yesterday, add something else with particular reference to a particular group. If he can remember, he is welcome to add that. Honorable Molatani.
I think, Chairperson, on the very same matter, you also said that we need to have a meeting presentation from Stats SA regarding the very same matter, Chair. I'm not sure if we can add it also as a recommendation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I saw it was not added, but I took it for granted. It was a concern also raised for us as a committee on engagement on that demographics. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, also, we have requested the department must furnish us with the implementation plan of their employment equity targets in an event that they have not filled or fulfilled those targets. But also, Chair, we have noted how the minister has said that he has imposed a moratorium. While we are dealing with the issue of employment equity plan, he has imposed a moratorium on the employment of Africans in particular. And in a way, it is my firm view that we would be seen being very discriminative as much as we acknowledge if the department has not adhered to their targets. Remember, before us, we are assuming that the department has not met their targets. I've seen in the morning that they have shared their report or in terms of their targets. I've not went through it. So I just wanted to add that observation and also provide a recommendation in terms of how we should be dealing with this matter of adhering to the employment equity targets, requesting a department to provide their plan on how they are intending to implement it if they have not reached their targets, but equally request that probably provide a recommendation that we take that approach of enforcing the department to fulfill their targets rather than imposing a moratorium on Africans in particular. It's a bit working against what we are seeking to achieve as a country of building a united country. So in a way, that is my concern in terms of the issue of the equity, especially when the minister kept on reaffirming it that up until the matter is done, there's no African that will be employed, of which in a way it's more like discriminative and very vindictive. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, on the observation side, if we can add that the committee is of the view that no moratorium be placed on whatever. And then on the recommendation side, what we can add that we recommend, I think, I can't remember what I said yesterday, that they can rather have a temporary suspension, but no moratorium on any of these positions. Thanks for that aid, Honorable Khabo. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think Honorable Khabo has just reminded me regarding that, and I am not sure if it's important that we need to edit Chairperson. Yesterday, I went to the recent set of population Chairperson. The population said that the African, the black, is 82%. So all these other colors, whites and Indian, they share what is left out of that 82%. And really, the issue of moratorium, Chair, it's not going to do us any good. On top of that, there's a study case I think already that study case happened in Cape Town, where the correctional service, they have the very same issue. They were complaining and they want colors to be employed in numbers. Unfortunately, they've lost that case at High Court. So we need to be very strategic on this one. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, agree, Honorable Molotani. But once we have the employment equity targets of the department, we will be able to do our own mathematics as to whether they comply or not in terms of that presentation. And also, if it's not reached, they must tell us why. Okay, are you in a position just to wrap up that for certainty for members, Fiona, the addings that you've made?
Chairperson, could you just repeat your request?
The addings that we've made,
Yes.
can we just, for clarity, mention it to the members?
Yes, Chair, I've been noting as members have been speaking. So again, I will clean up the language, but I did, as far as possible, capture the spirit of the contribution.
Okay, can we move to the next point?
The next point deals with sector transformation, specifically bursaries. And that is the observation that the committee made regarding the provision of bursaries to students pursuing heritage and language studies. And the committee also noted a lack of comparable opportunities for students seeking to pursue tertiary education in the field of sport. This concern has been raised by the committee previously and remains unaddressed. The recommendation is that the department should address the persistent disparity in bursary opportunities between the arts and sports sectors. It is recommended that the department, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders and tertiary institutions, establish a dedicated funding framework to support students pursuing sport-related qualifications, thereby ensuring equitable support across all departmental mandates. Furthermore, the department should submit a comprehensive plan to the committee outlining the proposed budget requirements, implementation timelines, and modalities for introducing these sport-specific educational opportunities in the upcoming financial cycle.
Thank you. During our debates over the years, I am aware that the various spheres of governance of local level, provincial level will form part of a stakeholder. But for some stakeholders are private sector and others. I'm not too sure if we are in a position to say that include all spheres of governance, governments or governance. We can add that or we can leave it as stakeholders. But why I'm mentioning the different spheres, because there where we have, and the word someone used earlier, the bottlenecks when it comes to assistance of athletes. Can you wiggle that in?
Yes,
Or should
Chairperson,
we
I
leave
will
all
just
stakeholders?
it says all relevant stakeholders and tertiary institutions, but perhaps we should be a little bit more specific there and include
Yes.
Other spheres of government.
Yes. Okay, we can go to the next point if members don't have any input there or addings.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's 6.10, sector transformation, and that deals with school and grassroots sports. The observation is that the committee notes the largest allocation within Program 2 is dedicated to school sports and grassroots development. While the committee recognizes these areas as primary vehicles for transformation and talent identification, it expresses concern over the fragmented nature of their delivery. Current implementation remains uneven, largely due to insufficient coordination and integration between DPE and various sporting structures across the spheres of government. The recommendation is that the department should strengthen collaboration with DBE and relevant sporting structures across all spheres of government to enhance coordination, monitoring, and reporting on school sport programs and participation rates. In this regard, the department should prioritize the expansion and effective implementation of rural and township participation programs and ensure equitable access to sporting opportunities for women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized communities. Enhanced intergovernmental coordination and targeted interventions are essential to the successful attainment of goals of the department's Project 350 and the achievement of its transformation and participation objectives. The committee further notes its intention to engage with the department, DBE, and other relevant stakeholders specifically on matters relating to school sport, and expects the department to give due consideration to the recommendations arising from these engagements.
Honorable members, I'll open this for any addings, but I want to mention something on this particular issue. I visited some event in the Western Cape, some awards event, and the director, Tebogo, was also present. An interesting thing that came out of some of cordial discussions there seems to like the DSEC Western Cape wants immediately to get direct involved into school sports. That remains to be seen how that structure going to look like. But I also have this idea, but think about it for your oversight in future. It seems that school sports itself is an implementing agent. And I will not stop saying this. 250 million has been given to school sports. Looking to what is happening in our country on school sports, it is a disaster. It's outright a disaster. It does not yield the desired fruit when it comes to these things. I just felt to mention that for anyone who would like to engage in any oversight kind of thing. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I tend to agree with you. And I would ask why there isn't a sort of priority list, if you will, of needs, particularly within schools that don't get private, funding or sponsorships. I mean, there are many schools that can fund sports purely on their own because they have the ability to bring in school fees, etc. So those schools tend to manage their own structures, but there's many schools, particularly in rural areas, which do not have any capacity for this at all. And I would think that there would be a priority list. It just seems that it's done very piecemeal, depending on where someone's political priorities lie or what your opinion is because you live in a particular area and you think it's more deserving of somewhere else. It doesn't follow a structure. And I don't know if that is the solution, that, there needs to be some sort of priority list or almost like not a wish list, but a needs list in these particular areas, so you can see when stuff is allocated that it's being allocated to where it's needed the most. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. Fully agree, especially with the announcement of having some of these combi courts in and around schools' precincts. The next point.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next one, it's also dealing with sector transformation, but looking at indigenous sports. The observation is that the committee expresses concern that the department continues to place insufficient emphasis on the development and promotion of all indigenous games. Despite their cultural significance, there is a lack of a clear strategic roadmap to elevate these games to the status of recognized national and international sporting codes. This missed opportunity limits the potential for cultural preservation and prevents indigenous sports from being integrated into the formal competitive landscape. And the recommendation is that the department is encouraged to develop and implement a comprehensive strategy for the systematic integration of indigenous games into the national sports curriculum, beginning at ECD level. This approach should focus on fostering early participation and cultural pride while ensuring the long-term sustainability of these sports. Thank you.
Honorable members. Open for addings. Going once, twice, agreed to. The next.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next one deals with the national sporting federations. And this is just about the committee expressing concern about the lack of transparency in the criteria and processes used to allocate funding to national sporting federations. The SAFA was cited as an example in yesterday's meeting. It is particularly troubling that the committee is expected to approve the department's budget without clear evidence of how these allocations are determined or monitored. Furthermore, the committee notes that financial support is seemingly extended to non-compliant or underperforming federations, potentially at the expense of compliant organizations that demonstrate greater impact on fiscal discipline. And the corresponding recommendation is that the department is required to provide the committee with a comprehensive breakdown of all transfers to national sporting federations planned for 2026-27, together with a performance and compliance assessment for each recipient. This information should constitute a prerequisite for future budget approvals and serve to ensure that public funds are allocated transparently and used as a strategic lever to promote high performance, accountability, and adherence to governance frameworks within the sporting sector. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Potgieter, followed by Honorable Kgabo.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, this particular issue I have a very big problem with. I think if you remember correctly, we were given some, random presentation that I think somebody thought up some morning in order to come up with a reason on how the lack of permanent executives and the percentage thereof in amateur organizations somehow translated into non-compliance. I'm not quite sure. I still can't make that connection. But on the other hand, allocating money for SAFA to pay salaries because they couldn't manage their money properly. And SAFA has, the added bonus of having sponsors and all sorts of other weird and wonderful things, as opposed to the other federations. So for me, it wasn't really about them allocating to non-compliant versus, compliant organizations. They failed to prove non-compliance completely. They wanted to take that money for VAR and then tried to come up with reasons as to why everybody was non-compliant. But if you actually look at the responses to some of the written questions as well, they also state that there was no non-compliance. So I don't know if this is completely accurate. I mean, the issue was that they essentially could not justify the non-compliance or the removal of allocations for other funded projects or other unfunded projects, which I think takes us back to that 6.3 or 6.4. I don't know if I'm making sense, Fiona.
Yes, you do. I'll respond now, but I understand what you are saying. Honorable Kgabo.
No, Chairperson, I think part of the additions that we should be making is on the observation. Firstly, I agree on the observation in terms of failing to indicate which federations are compliant. And secondly, and as funding federations that are non-compliant. But equally, Chair, we need to note that this late release of allocations emphasize or have a negative implication on the smooth running of federations. If remember correctly, SASCOC also appeared before us, complaining on an allocation that is still outstanding from the department. So I think that is one of the observations that we should include. That we have noted, as much as we have noted non-compliant ones, we should also indicate this part of late release of allocations. I thought I must indicate that part, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, from both members, that is a very good observation. A case in point is non-compliance by Boxing South Africa. And I remember it because when we started the committee, when we kick off with boxing, and boxing received 20 million rand. No national stars produced. So in terms of that and the counter argument of Honorable Kgabo when it comes to SASCOC is still maintaining that they can't execute. And there's a letter lately, I'm not too sure, Portfolio Secretary, whether every member to have the letter. SASCOC maintain they can't do investigations and appoint people to do forensic investigations or audits or whatever, simply because they are 12 million rand down. So we need seriously to think about a grip onto the department to stop funding federations that does not perform. And it is so sad that one of the major sport event, which is soccer, is not doing well out there. Boxing is not doing well out there. But we keep on pumping into a losing horse. So I'm not sure. I'm thinking about the way how okay, on the observations like Honorable Khabwe said, we maybe can say that the committee notes that it has become a tendency where federations do not perform, that the department still invests in those federations. And I think the recommendation will then speak for itself following the observation. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, I think on this one, I remember yesterday one of the recommendations that I did was that boxing must not be allocated anything up until they come and appear before the portfolio committee. I even went to an extent to make an example with Love Life, where Love Life failed to come and account regarding the allocations that they were given by the department, and the department immediately stopped to give them allocation. And to my surprise, Chair, last time we talked about the issue of Gary Keston, where I remember I raised that issue and he said, no, he's no longer getting allocation from the department. And here we are sitting here. Gary Keston is going to get an allocation. And I wonder who's going to deal with that money, because Gary Keston has been appointed as the coach of Zambia. He's now coaching cricket in Zambia. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. We should also add on the observation of this particular item that the committee is uncertain, or I'm not too sure on the wording about what has been allocated to SAFA, because I think the CFO should still give us that answer after the meeting. We haven't heard anything.
SAFA has been allocated. Let me confirm. I think has been allocated 8 million.
Okay, well, that's fine, but I would recommend that we make that as a observation that the committee is concerned about the 8 million rand allocated to SAFA for this financial year, amid the almost want to say shenanigans, amid the fact that they were still bailed out. They were still bailed out of 5 million that they did not give back. So I don't know how does I'm not going to send my child every time to the university and she's coming back and there's zero credits retrieved from the university. You must go work, go back there by checkers. You can't go to the university up and down and you're not passing.
SAFA has been allocated for this financial year 7 million. They have been allocated 7 million. Athletics South Africa has been allocated 3 million.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani.
And then also Gary Keston, Chairperson. We've been talking about the issue of Gary Keston, Chairperson. It can't be right. We've been talking about the issue of Gary Keston, and the last time they said to us, no, he's no longer getting any funds from the department. Unfortunately, he's still getting funds from the department chairperson.
I did not see
He's
that.
still
Now you're
getting funds.
making me angry, Honorable Monatsani.
No, you must
How
be
much?
angry, chairperson, because I'm also
How
angry.
much?
900,000.
Again, again,
Yes,
1 million.
Yes, 25, 26, it was 700,000. 26, 27, it's 900,000, chairperson.
They said they stopped, and that was one of our recommendations.
No. Here it is, chairperson, on a black and white. Here it is, chairperson, on a black and white. Athletics South Africa is on top with 3 million. All those entities which we are complaining about.
Oh, I'm
angry,
dumbstruck.
chairperson. No, let it
I
be
am
known that,
dumbstruck.
chairperson, while we've been saying this, we are not going to support that budget, chairperson.
No, we this thing of Gary Kirsten, with due respect, it is not a federation. Yo, I don't have words
Chairperson,
now.
go and check. Gary Kirsten has been appointed as a national coach of cricket in Zambia.
The only problem is that he wasn't discussed in yesterday's meeting, and we cannot do anything. But the debates are there. The debates.
Remember this issue of Gary Kirsten. We've been hammering on it, even when we were approving the report last year. We've talked about this issue of Gary Kirsten. Yesterday, we've talked about the issue of, it was me who talked about the issue of boxing. I've talked about the issue of Athletics South Africa.
Yo, you spoil my whole day now, Honorable Monatsan. And there's a criteria
this must give you a good reason why we are not going to approve the budget. They are still doing as they wish.
Sure. Fiona, bring us to calm, please. Read the recommendations.
Chairperson, there's a hand from Mr. Motaung.
Honorable Motaung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think, Chair, this is so alarming because of Zolega just sent us an email with all the entities that have been allocated money. I don't know, maybe is there any possibilities, as much as we've been sent that, for your, as much as I can see, you're a bit stressed now. Is there any possibility that before we move on to this recommendation and everything that we're talking about now, then we flight those allocations here, we look at them, and we mark each and every allocation or entity that we said they mustn't get funds, or we query about them to say, then we send to the department as well as a sense of agency. Because of Chairperson, once we leave that hanging, and by today we suppose whether to say we approve this or not, and if we leave that hanging, then the department itself, they need to go and work tirelessly, because at the end of the day, we cannot be ruled by them when we send recommendations, but they still use these things against us and forcefully giving money out without our knowledge. And
Okay,
remember yesterday, Chair, they couldn't
honorable
even.
members, just let me give direction. We can plan another day for what we are doing now, but our main course today is to adopt the report, our report, and it will be an exercise for another day, and we can keep the recommendations broad, and the issues mentioned and the amounts by Honorable Molatsani. Myself, I don't know where the information comes from, but it's a good thing that it's been mentioned. But this does not say that in your rebuttal of the budget vote that you can or will be denied to mention these things. But let's deal with the adoption. Once the adoption is there, I will ask the portfolio secretaries to work in something to this effect of what is happening. We can have a special meeting on that, but let's deal with the adoption. Fiona, you can go to the next point.
Chairperson,
Oh,
I
sorry,
apologize.
I
I've
saw
raised
it.
my hand. Before we leave that, I just want to check. I think Honorable Khabu yesterday mentioned about one entity which the department said that it's going to be allocated. I think it's the entity that is going to that they took that entity in a place of what is this Love Life. I think Honorable Khabu will just remember. I remember he raised that to say that you said Love Life is no longer going to be to getting allocation, and then instead of Life, you are going to put this entity. Honorable Khabu must just remind us.
Yeah, we can do that as I'm not too sure where. We can do that also as an observation that the committee has observed that Loveline did not, because it was part of the discussion. And perhaps just followed by that, we can work out a recommendation on that, Fiona.
Is Honorable Khabu still in the meeting, Chair, because he's the one who mentioned that. Honorable Khabu.
I thought the chair will call me to give me an
Wait.
opportunity.
Who's chairing now? Honorable Molatsani.
My apologies, Chairperson.
That's why I was quiet, chair. Can I continue then, chair?
Yes, please, Honorable Khabu. Proceed.
No. That's why I was quiet. I was waiting for the foresitter to give an indication that it's fine for me to proceed. No, chair. We were speaking of the promotion of healthy lifestyle, and we then said that there was an introduction of I think it's an entity called SCORE, which was then supposed to receive, according to the records, 4.2 million. And that entity was the one that was replacing Love Life in terms of implementing healthy lifestyle programs. And we had said that it was part of the observation that the department has informed us that there will be a replacement of Love Life by SCORE. And as a result, they had set aside the 4.2 million for the implementation of healthy lifestyle. And unfortunately, in the budget, there is nothing. When you look at under Love Life, there is nothing allocated for Love Life, but equally, there is nothing reflecting the scope. The budget allocation for SCORE. As we are informed that SCORE is now replacing Love Life to implement the healthy lifestyle programs. So, like Honorable Moletsani is indicating, there is nowhere in the budget where we are giving an indication of such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I see Fiona has added that, but just a question of clarity or a question of inquisitiveness. Would you say the two is parallel structures? Would you say that?
No,
Honorable
not
Khabu?
really. Not really sure whether they are parallel or what. What I understand of SCORE is that it's doing the very same programs that were conducted by Love Life, basically focusing on the promotion of healthy lifestyle. So, in terms of parallel, I would not really know that much, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe the same. or maybe the one has just been dumped because of the other one. Oh yeah. Okay, I see it has been taken up, the Honorable Potgieter.
Yeah, Chair, I think this particular issue is very confusing. That's why I think nobody can actually get to the bottom of it. It did appear, I think, in the initial report that the one had replaced the other, but then when the department was answering questions at one of our portfolio committee meetings, it almost seemed like they had replaced the one, but they'd brought the other back. And it was never really clarified. So I think that's why you think that it's parallel and we, others think that it's been replaced. But I think they never actually clarified whether or not they dropped one for the other. It wasn't clear. Thanks.
Yeah, that brought me closer to observation that the committee is concerned about this too, and perhaps on the recommendation that clarity should be given as to whether these are two parallel structures or one has been replaced by the other. And on the one, we say we are concerned about the fact that Love Life, because they came out very clear and very strong that Love Life did not comply. But honorable members, what came out yesterday was that the buck was passed. They passed the ball when it comes to boxing, we must call them. And when Love Life does not comply, there's no intervention from the department to go out there and to assist and help them with their books if there ever was. I will withdraw my words if there was intervention. But the same like SASCOC is helping and try to intervene and all of that. So the department, and I mean, for what Honorable Khabo is saying, Love Life is I mean, it's known to me, I think since I was on school. I was on school here. That's many years ago, almost 40 years more. I know Love Life. So I don't know what the rationale behind all of this is. And for Love Life, that is, a well-named brand, just to me seems to be just, kick out of this. I think it's nothing to do with this meeting, but something has to be done from DSEC to bring this particular entity on board again. Ms. Clayton, can you just bring us on board on what has been aired, even if it's in just Telegram style?
Sure, Chairperson. I just noted that the matter concerning Boxing South Africa was also flagged in yesterday's meeting. And then there was a question about the release of allocations to federations, the late release of allocations to federations, and that the trend that the committee is noting that the department allocates funding to underperforming federations. And then there was the concern about the allocation budgeted for SAFA amid the federation having been granted an advance on its 2025-26 allocation. And then Chairperson, I just needed clarity on this one, on the Gary Kirsten Foundation. Should we include it in the report? Because it wasn't presented to the committee yesterday, but it, yeah, I just wanted
But
clarity
how
on
did
that.
we miss that? Was it upon members to get that own information? How did we miss that? I think it was not part of the meeting. We cannot bring it in here, but I would encourage, and especially Honorable Moletsani, to make mention of this somewhere, somehow, in our rebuttal. And the issue, the issue of Love Life and SCORE.
Thank you, Chairperson. So may I go ahead and delete this from the report?
Yes, please.
Okay. So then Mr. Khabo raised the matter, the concern about the implementation of, the implementation of healthy lifestyle programs. That should be implementation of healthy lifestyle programs that have been previously carried out by Love Life, but is now assumed by SCORE. And then also he noted that the budget for Love Life is non-existent in the current financial year. And then the committee expresses concern that the two structures may be parallel.
Yeah, and can we make one of the recommendations that the department should intervene if there's still, challenges within love life? We cannot just leave the child there. I want to thank Honorable Molachani for chairing that session for Honorable Khabu. It was a well worth contribution. Thank you so much, Honorable Molachani. Can we move to the next point?
Sorry about that,
FIFA World
Chairperson.
Cup.
I just wanted to
No, that's
capture what
fine.
you had said. It's the FIFA World Cup attendance. The observation is that the committee expresses concern regarding the minister's recent pronouncement to send a delegation to the 2026 FIFA World Cup, comprising artists, musical acts, and former national players. While the department has framed this
Can we
initiative
stop there?
as
Can we stop there, Fiona? You know,
Yes,
it
Chair.
is sports. It is sports. It is a good thing. It is legends. But, what we must make known from our side is we are uncertain about their roles there and about their presence. Well, someone mentioned that they will play a game there. We haven't been informed. We are uncertain. And and one of the recommendations that the DSEC must come out clear on their exact role, what they're going to do there, so that we can justify to South Africans, that they attended this on this basis, not just going there and have a nice time and walk around the beach and go watch the game and have some horse rollickies and no. Can where you stop, if you can just where you stop, go further, that the committee is unclear of the exact role, because these announcements are just blind in the air. We might know for ourselves as politicians that there's a rationale behind this, or some method behind this, but we don't know. We must know. We have oversight to do, because there's monies going and from where.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
It is there. It may be hidden in the language, but it says, while the department has framed this initiative as a cultural showcase and a tribute to industry veterans, the committee questions its strategic alignment and appropriateness of using public resources for this purpose. Would you like that to be a little bit more clearer?
Yeah, I would think so, because when you say cultural, then my mind goes to Honorable Mataung and Honorable Tetwa, although sport is also cultural. But I don't know, I think they go there as legions and they go as to play. But we don't know that. We've been told in the alley. Honorable Maratsani? Unmute.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, on the issue of SAFA, some point we did ask how much was SAFA how much was SAFA allocated previous financial year. As remember, we've talked about that 5 million where they were bailed out. And the department said they did not give SAFA anything because they were bailed out. But it was a blue light. I will refer back to that report. Sizoleka has just emailed it to us. That report doesn't talk what the department said to us yesterday, Chairperson. And I, Chairperson, maybe I'm getting angry more than you. What that the report is saying, don't laugh, person. What the report is saying and what the department was explaining yesterday, it's two different things. I don't know who's fooling who here, but here it's fine, Chairperson. We'll meet on Tuesday.
Yeah, but you see, I want to come to the defense of the CFO because he said he will come back. He cannot give any amount now. Just now he's going to lie to Parliament. Am I right, Honorable
On
Member?
that, no, on that one, it's when we were asking about how much was given for GBV. Then he said
Yes.
like 30 million. I said, yes, Chairperson, it's 30 million. And we went like, no, it's not 30 million, but let me go back and check. I don't want to say something that tomorrow I'll be lying to Parliament. It was regarding of the GBV, Chairperson. This one
Yes.
of SAFA, they said that they didn't give SAFA anything because they built out SAFA with 5 million Chairperson. But they've allocated something to SAFA. They were lying.
True. I think I think we must also at some time ask SAFA to date with all those competitions and FCON and everything, the allocations, there was big money given to them, huge money. They were smiling to the bank and they pretend they are poor.
Chairperson, remember when this fight of SAFA started? It's immediately after they received their allocations from FIFA. And they will always come to the portfolio
Yes.
committee. They have never declared how much FIFA or CAF did give them. How much did they get from FIFA and CAF, Chairperson? They do get allocations.
Yes.
The reason for this big fight during that meeting, it was because of this allocation. Because the LFA demanded their payment. Remember, it's almost 2 to 3 years where LFA didn't get any allocation from SAFA.
Yes. Agree, Honorable Molatsani. What happened to our presentation? Has it been adopted, Fiona?
Apologies, Chairperson. I got kicked out of the meeting, but I will share the screen. I just wanted to
Okay.
hang back while you were finishing your conversation.
Okay, my apologies. You may share it.
No, don't apologize, Chairperson.
So, Chairperson, on that note, now I'm getting frustrated. On that note, are we still supposed to adopt the report, even though we can see that we are being played here?
No, it's our report. Then we must work out the report, what we said, what we agree is right. It's our report. And we have to adopt the report. We don't have, members of parties don't have to vote for the report in Parliament. Or members can reserve their right to adopt the report. There is various issues, but the report, and I didn't want to say this, I want to speak to GNU partners. It's our report. We must adopt the report. It's nothing to do with the budget itself. The budget is another process where we can reject the budget, approve the budget, or whatever, or abstain from voting on this budget. That is in Parliament. Proceed, Fiona.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I think I got cut off when I was trying to talk about you mentioned something about the cultural event at the World Cup. I think that's where I got kicked out.
I'm thinking about Honorable Matawung and Honorable Mtetwa who say cultural event. But in this particular case, it is soccer players that goes there.
Yeah, so it's a mixture, Chairperson. It's artists and musical acts and the former national players who will be traveling to FIFA. But there is going to be an opportunity, like the minister said yesterday in the meeting, where
Yes. I
The
didn't.
musical acts will be
My apologies,
performing.
Fiona. I didn't wanted to ask, but I see there's the end coming. Please empower us, honorable member. Unmute. Sifsa is muting
Yes.
you all the time.
Since we got that report, I'm forever struggling to unmute. Chair, this is not clear. You can't say you're taking artists and musician or what. Artists are musicians first and foremost. So it's normally used as intertwined. It's a term that is used intertwined with artists, actors, and what. Artist just talks about actors, musicians, and everyone. Now, my question would be: when you are taking former players, what are you going to do with former players? It's not clear. We can't approve that. We can't. It's fine to say these are these are the opportunities where money gets siphoned because it's not clear. It doesn't say how much is allocated for that particular project, and we know the process also is often flawed because when you are calling for artists, it is the officials, department officials who would call friends, people who are linked to them, who are associated, close associates them. It's not a procurement process that is open for any artist to say, I can participate, I can add value, and this is my offerings and quotation. So I don't know that it's not clear. I'm not
I
I'm not
agree.
disagreeing with that idea, but it is an idea that doesn't have detail on it. Thanks.
Sorry,
I
Chair,
agree,
there's
and
a
I
lot
think
of background
that what
noise.
we are. Yeah, I think it's
I'm
from the
struggling to
portfolio.
hear. Yeah, thank you.
The portfolio secretary, please mute. I agree, Honorable Umtetwa, and you are now going into it to say artists can be those who sing. Are they going to sing there? Are they going to play there? You help us now with the observation. The portfolio committee are not, sure on the purpose. I don't know what are they going to do there, what purpose. If you take a legend there to soccer, at least they're going to show their skill there. They will play, it's a legend. Now the artists, what are they going to do? Is there a program for them to go and exchange, CDs, songs, whatever. I think that should be clear when it comes to what we want as a committee as observation. Now I ignite the conversation. In the following orders, the Honorable Khabo, Honorable Motawung, and Honorable Mtetwa again. Please
Chairperson,
unmute.
yes, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with that being said, we need to also appreciate the fact that as and when we are talking about the World Cup, we are mostly talking about three different countries in this instance, which means that there will be different activities taking place and there will be build-up activities towards the World Cup. So we are speaking about a lot of not only artists, not only soccer legends, but we are equally talking about a lot of number of officials who will then have a responsibility of preparing for those things. And our argument was that what would then be the benefit of us? How is it that related to our core function of the department? Our core belief is that if it's about issues of tourism, if there are people who must promote our tourism sector, it is the Department of Tourism. Our role is to field the relevant soccer players who will then represent the country in this instance. So we should also, as part of the observation, we should also be able to reflect that, but also as part of the recommendations, we can't be approving something like Honorable Mteto has said, when we don't know what are these people going to do there, how many people are going there, what is the actual benefit of us as a country out of the attendance of these people at that at the World Cup. So with that being said, Chairperson, I would fully I agree that we also look at the budget of the attendance. You are not clearly defined as to how much are we going to spend. With that being said, I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. That's a wonderful input. And I think it came from you as well to find out how many officials go to this event. And I can tell you, members, with some of my experience also in the past, it will not only be the department who's going there. There are departments, and departments, the police, the tourism, various ministers, various portfolios will attend this event. But I want us to come closer and forgive me for doing this, Fiona. The more members talk, I think it will empower you as well to formulate an observation and also recommendations. Honorable Mataung, I think, and then Honorable Mtetua, then Honorable.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think Honorable Khabo have covered me in a lot of things that I wanted to ask. But one of the major concern, again, as much as Honorable Mteto said, was more, they need to be specific enough to say, these artists that they're taking there, are they taking it there? Maybe are they going to be opening in the World Cup? If so, they're going to sing them in the World Cup, or what they're going to do. Because of here, we also don't want to be packed up about telling people about, or people telling us about the taxpayers' money, And again, let's also ask about the exclusions of the super fans. Why was it the super fans excluded, but they find the need of taking artists and ex-footballers to go to this World Cup? I thank you.
Honorable Mtetua.
Thank you, Chair. Let me paint a picture of what normally would happen in a World Cup when you are preparing for a World Cup, especially the cultural events. Normally, what I have noticed before, that one of the sponsors of the FIFA sponsor, official sponsor, I don't know whether Sony is still the official sponsor. Now, there would be a list of artists who would be performing at the opening and performing at the closing. That normally gets communicated to each and every country if they want to get an artist who would participate in that program. But normally it would be then Sony that decides how the program will run, how many of their artists will participate in that World Cup. And then you have fan parks where some of these artists can be placed. It's a good idea. I don't want to talk against it, but I'm saying, remember that part of what department must do is to promote and also create market audience to increase.
There comes a recommendation, Fiona. Okay. Department has to go to promote and market.
Yes, to market our creative arts. And part of that would be we want at the fan parks to have artists performing. Now, you cannot take up and coming artists to go and perform when they are not known. Generally, internationally, they would tell you that you have to break it in your country first before you can go internationally to perform. So I suspect that it will be well-known artists who would be taken abroad, depending which country they are going to. But I'm saying that is okay. But what is missing on this, it is to say, for performing artists, here's the budget that we have, so that this money is not abused for supporting officials or what. I don't think officials, money of the officials comes from the budget that is allocated for a project. The department will fund their staff members. They should be doing that outside the budget of the project. And then what would be required for whatever it is. And then you are quite correct. Again, you have the Department of Tourism that is marketing South Africa outside. What then the Department of Tourism would do would have its own exhibitions around the World Cup. And every event that they have, then they would bring a South African artist to come and perform. The department, the ambassador, the ambassador of South Africa that is in that country may have one artist performing at the welcoming of the South Africans coming to that particular country. So the challenge is that when it is not itemized, it is prone to abuse.
Mhm.
And that's where we're not going to be able to count the cents. So we must ask for an itemized, or rather a clear budget that itemizes with line items, not just a blank check, because the blank check will kill us. Thanks, Chief.
Okay, now I just now have a few revelations after Honorable Mtetwa has spoken. So one of the recommendations must be that, in terms of what Honorable Mtetwa is now saying, that the department should come clear on the purpose and the intended outcomes, and perhaps objectives. That will also help. But here comes a very good thing that came out of what Honorable Mtetwa said, that we can do as a recommendation, that the selection criteria of both legends and artists, I don't know, and or other representativity, should be made known, and maybe we can also recommend. I don't know, raise concern about funding, but no, let's rather not do that, because Honorable Teto said he don't want to completely, put this out. Maybe as a recommendation, just to say that the committee would recommend that the department should make known so in terms of transparency should make known the selection criteria of both artists and legends. And these artists, this is what Honorable Mtetwa has said, I'm just putting it in a very inverse manner. These artists should be chosen based on the contribution, considering the relevance, if I may use this word, or representativity. I think that is the crux of what Honorable Mtetwa has mentioned now. Is that a legacy, and Honorable Mtetwa?
It's giving me problems. Chair, one of the beautiful things that we can do with the sector in terms of the criteria, it must also include public, I don't know what to call it, but public voting. Where you open up, because one of the things that we fail to do as government is to constantly communicate with the public. That is why when these things happen, public are the people, the first line of offense, where they call, they then say government is wasting money. And we are also attached to that because we have approved. But we need to put strict conditions that part of the criteria, the qualification, it must also include public voting, public participation
Yeah,
in selecting those artists. Okay.
yeah. It's a little bit too late, Honorable Mtetwa. They already chosen. Remember, I think some name Mafiki Zola has been mentioned.
Is it?
Uh,
Oh,
yes.
by the way,
So
the World Cup
so
is
the
happening now.
conversation is a little bit late, but that is the role that we are playing. But anyhow, Honorable Molatsani.
Okay.
Chairperson, now I think I'm going to take you back a bit, but on the very same issue. Because my worry, I wanted to check artist, which artist are you taking to that event? Even though Honorable Mtetwa has just explained the logic behind taking the artist. The $1 million question, which Honorable Khabo asked yesterday, who is paying for those delegation, including the government, the department officials who are going to World Cup? Who's going
Yeah.
to pay the bill for all of them?
Okay. Recommendation that the department should itemize the expenditure on whether it's being sponsorships, whether it's been the department. One of the recommendations to submit a complete expenditure on all of this. Okay, let's move. Honorable Mtetwa, legacy end.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
I think
It's
so.
legal.
Okay, can we proceed, Fiona?
Chair, sorry, just to jump in there. The minister in his press briefing said that the Lucky fans are being sponsored and they're not being paid for by the department. But it's the performing artists and the former national players who will be paid for by the department.
Okay, let's just ask them
So-
that particular question on the expenditure.
So the recommendation should speak to getting more clarity on what is being
Yes,
paid exactly. Okay.
on the ones you mentioned now. Honorable Potgieter, then Honorable Molatani.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I do think it's relevant. I think Fiona's quite correct. He did state that there were sponsors for those fans, but he also stated that it was a lot less than the 800,000 that was used to send Mama Joy previously, which I found hard to believe because that's a lot of fans going at very little money. I'm not sure where they're staying. Maybe it's in one room together. But yeah, I think because of the fact that he's facilitated this, we are within our rights to ask for details on the sponsors, what's being covered, because it also reflects on the department if payments are not made because of that facilitation aspect. So I think we should include all of it. And I do remember, Chair, and I don't know if this is correct, but there was a document or an article where they also mentioned chefs in the delegation. So I would leave the delegation open-ended. Or say any other people, yeah.
But I agree. But once again, Honorable Potgieter rightfully said, when there's money involved and it's from the department, we have an oversight role to play. Honorable Molatani, legacy end.
No, Chairperson, it's not Chairperson. I'm already on that thing of already on that issue of World Cup. If the minister the minister said that it's going to be very cheap. Cheap with how much? Because I've checked yesterday morning, Chairperson, the cheapest ticket, the one which we call Access Strong here in FNB, it's 30,000 rand in rents. The cheapest ticket, it's 30,000 rand. So with this one, the former players, Chair, what is the logic behind taking the former players to the World Cup because you have Dr. Kumalo, who's going to be an invitee of CAF. You have Lucas Khatebe, who's going to be an invitee of FIFA. What is the logic behind taking the former players to World Cup, Chair? While we can be able to check this upcoming soccer players, take 2 or 3 of them, the upcoming, so that they can be able to go and feel and learn more the experience of playing on a world stage. What is the logic behind of taking this oldies, Chairperson?
I hear what you say, but I think the principle is, and the quest is the input from Honorable Mtetwa. It's not a bad thing, at least here's someone who have played the World Cup before. But let's move on with this. Honorable
Chair?
Potgieter.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to clarify, because this delegation, and I know very well what's going to happen. If we limit this to performing artists and former national players, that's the answer we're going to get. It should be performing artists, podcasters, journalists, chefs, a political delegation, and former national players. So he mentions all of these.
Yes, I think everything has been formulated in as I have summarized it after the input of Honorable Mtetwa.
No, I think Fiona's doing it now, Chair.
Oh, okay. Are you keeping us abreast, Fiona? And then we can move to the next point.
Chairperson, I've raised my hand.
Maratani?
Chair, I'm getting worried. The more we discuss about this issue, the more I'm having so many questions. The podcasters and so forth, are they going to bring any economy to the country? Are they going to bring any economy to the country? Are they going to bring any tourist to come to our country? I think, Chair, on this one, we were supposed to send delegates with artists, yes. And with that artist, I will be very much glad if they can be able to include these traditional dancers. Those one, I know definitely that the tourists will want to come to South Africa to visit our country because of them. But with the podcast, they are going to sit there and lie. At the end of the day, the same people are the one who will be coming back here and insult the same government that has took them to World Cup. No, Chairperson, not with my tax money.
I hear what you say. Okay, so from your take input, I would say one of the recommendations will then be that the department ensures that the benefits of this visit, or the benefits will what is the word that I can use, will endure beyond the World Cup. The benefits that we will have as a country will be beyond the World Cup. So like you have rightfully said, when it comes to visiting, also it's a gift to the nation. I think this is a gift to the nation. I think let's leave it there, but let's emphasize our recommendations so that we must be told one day, if we are no more there, this visit here today in South Africa is because of the attendance of those being given the opportunity to go to the World Cup. So it actually have a can I use the word sustainable impact. The next one, Fiona, if you'd like to brief us on the inputs, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I just captured what was raised in the discussions, just expanding on the list to make it more specific, and then raising the issue of transparency, and then maybe tightening the recommendation to outline that the department should provide more information on how this will benefit South Africa.
Wonderful.
Chairpersons. Let me just, okay, here we go. So we're on 6.14, which is VAR. The committee reaffirms its support for the technological advancement of
That
football.
one you must
Through.
that one you must say 6142 VAR stroke Honorable Malatsani on a lighter note.
Chairperson, I was listening very attentively. Okay. 6.14 VAR. The committee reaffirms
Okay,
its
proceed.
support for technological advancement of football through VAR. However, it expresses serious concern regarding the department's decision to bypass previous committee recommendations by directly financing the project with public funds through a transfer to SAFA. This reprioritization occurred despite the committee's recommendations that SAFA should secure funding from FIFA, while no further allocation is made for the project in 2026-27. The committee's concerns regarding the processes followed in authorizing the funding remain unresolved. And then the recommendation is that the department should submit a comprehensive written account specifying the internal approval processes followed, the specific programs from which funds were diverted, and timelines in respect of leveraging a partnership with FIFA, as VAR implementation is not merely a once-off purchase, but it is an intervention that requires ongoing financial commitment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, no discussion, honorable members, only addings or deletions. The Honorable Khabo, followed by Honorable Malatsani.
Chairperson, I think our observation, we need to load our observation on this matter. We need to amplify our observation. Firstly, we need to know the fact that this matter was done outside the APPs. That's the first thing. That's one we should know, that this matter was done outside the APPs. The second thing that we also note, we have observed on how the process as a country, we have done it outside the ambit of FIFA. Because even today, we have not yet gotten an approval or an engagement or confirmation that FIFA has approved the implementation of this project. But thirdly, Chair, we have
Honorable
observed...
Khabo, just hold your hand, just a second. Outside FIFA, and I want us to add, when we met with Kaiser Mataung and what's his name? Remember, they were also not known in this process. What are that structure called, Honorable Mataung?
The PSL?
The league. The PSL. Yes, thank you. Yes. I think if you don't mind, can we add that and then you can
Yes,
proceed?
outside the PSL as the key role stakeholder
Yes.
and FIFA.
Yes.
That one I would agree with you, Chairperson. And thirdly,
proceed,
we have also not received any study that was, or report on the study, the feasibility report. Remember, the department has confirmed that there was no feasibility study conducted on the implementation of this project. Thirdly, this project, we've observed on how we have not had how we don't have a plan in place to sustainably fund the implementation of this project, given how Treasury has given us, in fact, Treasury largely has not given us any approval to implement this project beyond the 20 million that they had spoken of. So we should be very clear that part of our recommendation must be, in any implementation of the project, as much as we support it, it must not be done with the money of the states, but rather be done like any other countries, be done with the money of the federation itself. Thank you very much,
just hold your
Chairperson.
word, Honorable. Yeah, thank you. That this should not be, the committee is of the view that this should not be done with, taxpayers' money. They must get sponsors here. The Honorable Molatani, Eddings.
No, Chairperson, Chair, remember there was the last one when you came in. Part of the observation, it's that there was a public bidding process on the implementation. And I think it is also important to reflect that even as much as there was a public bidding, that bidding was done outside an understanding on how the project will be implemented, meaning that even SAFA today does not have a clear implementation plan of the project. So I thought that it's also important that we in a way we have put in the cart before the horse, because we have went out to appoint people to implement a project that does not also enjoy support from relevant and key stakeholders like FIFA and SAFA. So technically, we have committed the state by appointing these service providers on a project that largely has not been agreed and approved. We don't have a project of that nature as the Department of Sports, of Arts and Culture. I think that must come out very clearly. This is just like a child that you meet across the street, you end up adopting out of your compassion and your level of humanity. That one must be understood. That this whole thing was imposed on us as a committee and as a department by the minister. As much as we support it, it must be understood in that context, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Eddings. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me assist with the date. SAFA came to report, it was on the 18th of November 2025, Chair, when we asked them regarding the issue of what Honorable Khabo has just said regarding the issue of the bidding and so forth. Even the price of VAR, we are not sure how much does it cost, because at some stage we were told that it goes to something like, let me see, they were talking about something like your 5 million and so forth. So the bidding processes that Honorable Khabu is talking about, they were saying that, in fact, we have two reports regarding the bidding. One report at some stage, they talk about five companies that have sent in the documents. At some stage, they talk about 10. So we are not sure who is who here, Chairperson. Again, on the very same issue of VAR, the CFO admitted that that 20 million was took from the big work. And last time, I remember we had recommendation and resolve that we mustn't spend anything more than 1 million on the big work, Chairperson. And they did not listen. They continue to budget more than what we've requested them to do, because remember we said we can't spend a lot of money on a one-day event. I even said to them, the stadium which they hire during the big work, it's at an affluent area. It's very expensive, and no majority of our people, they cannot be able to go to that stadium. Why can't they take the event to the local stadium? So the 20 million is from the big work, which I don't know how is it going to be part of our recommendation, because we've talked about the big work, that it must be given a 1 million. How it did arrive at 20 million, Chairperson, I really don't know. And they must give us the exact amount of how much is it going to cost the country to have the VAR. But lastly, on the recommendation, that 20 million, it was the first and the last money that the department is going to give to SAFA regarding the VAR. The rest of the money, if it's more than 20 million, SAFA must see to it that they get that money where, I don't know. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to touch on the 20 million as well. Nobody can tell us what the 20 million was spent on, and that was in the previous financial year. So technically, by now, we should be able to get a report on a breakdown of that 20 million. And as far as I'm aware, they have not even done a feasibility study yet. Apart from sending those 3 referees overseas to go and look at VAR systems, that is the extent of what's been done. So there is no plan. I mean, for me, surely you have a project plan before you start allocating money towards something, because you actually don't know how much it's going to cost. So I would like to see the project plan and a breakdown of the funding model, including a explanation of what the 20 million rand was spent on, because it can't be spent now unless it's been rolled over. Thanks.
Yeah, members, I'm agreeing to for you to have an input, although we are dealing with the adoption, and I hear the concerns, but at least it land on the right ears when we raise concerns taking those monies or stop the event, or you take the event to communities. So our input has given also leeway to take the event, but what is coming out from both members, Fiona, is that I don't know, let's put it in here that the committee is concerned that 20 million has been taken from the big, what is the event?
Big work.
Big walk event, you know, irrespective of the fact that we wanted those monies elsewhere, because that is the fact. You can proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then we're on to 6.15, conditional grants. The committee acknowledges the notification from the National Treasury regarding the planned phasing out of the 2 conditional grants currently administered by the department. Significant concern is expressed regarding the provincial department's readiness to absorb its functions. The committee remains apprehensive that without a structured transition plan, the services currently supported by these grants may suffer or cease entirely once the responsibility shifts to the provincial equity share funding. And the recommendation is that the department should submit a comprehensive roadmap outlining the phasing out of these conditional grants, which will be managed without compromising delivery. This roadmap should include detailed assessment of each province's readiness to assume these responsibilities and a strategy for providing technical support to provincial departments during the handover period. Thanks, Chairperson.
Any addings, honorable members? Going once, twice. The next one, Fiona. We know our customers when it comes to boxing and VAR.
Thanks, Chairperson. This is the one that deals with the sports trust, 6.16. The committee expresses grave concern regarding the substantial increase in the allocation to the sports trust, which has risen from 22.9 million in 25-26 to 139.5 million in 26-27. This concern is underscored by the institution's own acknowledgement of significant capacity and oversight limitations. The committee finds that such a drastic escalation in funding without a proven track record of managing a budget of this magnitude poses a high risk to fiscal discipline and the effective delivery of sporting infrastructure. The corresponding recommendation is that the committee formally rejects the proposed increase in the allocation to the sports trust and recommends that the allocation be capped until the department can clearly demonstrate the institution's capacity and readiness to manage a substantial escalation in public funds. To safeguard fiscal integrity and accountability, the department is required to submit a comprehensive procurement and governance framework for all sports trust managed projects, including the mandatory public disclosure of all service provider appointments and associated project costs. Furthermore, the department must ensure that any funding managed by the trust is strategically redirected toward the equitable development of sporting infrastructure in small towns and rural areas, rather than concentrated in centralized urban projects. This approach is necessary to ensure that the trust delivers tangible and sustainable sporting opportunities to historically neglected communities. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you for Fiona. And when you're going to speak, Honorable Potgieter and Honorable Gabo, and I think it was you who made that proposal, it was open for the debate. No one countered it. You said that the committee must reject it. But reading further recommendations is a rejection, and the recommendations speak to the support. I just want also your input on that. Honorable Potgieter, followed by Honorable Gabo.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to understand the consequence of a rejection in this particular report. Because if we reject a proposed increase just on this one item, it substantially affects, the ability to speak on the budget itself, unless they change it to reduce this. So I just want to understand the consequences. I'm not saying I support or reject either one of those two, but I'd also just like to check with you, because I haven't been around, for as long as some of the other members. But does the Sports Trust report to the committee at any stage? I mean, do they appear before them? And I'll tell you why I'm asking, because I went on their website to try and understand the allocations that they received and the outcomes of those allocations. And it almost looks like there's some fake company who put up fake adverts, and you don't quite know what it is they're advertising or how much is being advertised or what the outcome of that advert is. So I support this in theory, because I do not believe that they're spending that money correctly, and they're definitely not accounting for it. But I'd just like to, if you can, it's more of a clarity-seeking question than an input. Thanks, Chair.
Let me respond in the following fashion, Honorable Potgieter. Yes, indeed, the Sport Trust appeared before us in the initial stages of the GNU. There were some reports that they were supposed to also given to us, and one of it was also the activities as requested by Honorable Molatani pertaining to where, when, and how are they doing all of these things. It never surfaced. The other thing is, I think the rationale behind Honorable Gabo, but he will explain for himself, to reject this, the idea was that we faced a previous allocation of 20 million with an extensive increase up until 100 million, I think, or 80 million on this particular sport trust. So perhaps the observation can be that the committee is not in support of the increase of that amount. Should suffice. If Honorable Gabo would like to change it in that fashion, I'm just saying pertaining on your question. But remember, it's not a question of rejecting the amount. It's a question of rejecting the notion of having this extravaganza, if we can say it in that fashion. But my take on it, if you would ask my opinion, was that I think the increase particular was, and it was mentioned that there's quite a lot of support elsewhere, and it seems that this will be a vehicle to establish and erect Kumbi courts in and around schools. The Honorable Gabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think we must agree that part of our observation is that in the previous years, including on the 22.9 million that we have allocated to Sports Trust, they have failed to account or demonstrate as to which process do they follow, particularly that indicates competitive bidding in terms of the appointment of service providers. Because of, according to their report, they have said that they are having a challenge of the necessary capacity internally. And they themselves, they've said in this meeting that there is no any other process that they are embarking on in terms of the procurement of services from different service providers. In fact, apparently they've got a roster of 4, if not 5 service providers, whom from time to time they appoint amongst themselves, among the 5 service providers that they have appointed. But that is not the case. The case here is that we have given you 20 million or 22 million in the past. You have failed to tell us where have you erected this combi courts. You have failed to demonstrate as to which transparent process you have followed in terms of procurement. And the argument of the increase, I even said that instead of us increasing the sports trust, we can rather take that 120 million and redirected it to sports infrastructure development funds. Because I've said that when we're talking about the sports infrastructure, the argument was that the budget that has been decreased of sports infrastructure then denies us an opportunity as a department to fulfill or to respond to our core function of making sure that there is sports development. Because how are we going to develop sports when you don't have the necessary infrastructure in place? So my argument of rejecting was on the basis of rejecting the increase and not leaving it as it is, but redirecting the amount that we are having on infrastructure development or infrastructure support program.
Honorable Khabo, I'm sorry, I don't have a pen here. Can just stop there. You are happy to go on. So the observation is that the committee reject the increase, and the recommendation was that this money must be used elsewhere. Just take note. My apologies, Honorable Khabo. Please proceed.
Yes, like I said, Chairperson, I was clear in terms of the recommendation that we must reject the increase, rather redirect the resource on infrastructure support grant, because we have observed on how the grant has decreased drastically. And why would we want to invest more than 120 million on an entity that is largely controlled by the private sector, of which largely this entity is more now seen as an entity that seeks to replace or inherit the responsibilities of the department, of which is infrastructural development. And the sad part about this thing is that the fact that we are unable to demonstrate any process that we are following that is transparent on appointing these service providers, it then means that this sports trust is open or it becomes vulnerable for abuse, including abuse of redirecting programs. Because as things stands, we don't even have a program that will illustrate as to how much is this and how will this 140 million be used and where will this big projects be implemented. So it is for that reason, Chairperson, that we rejected the increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Malatani.
I think Honorable Khabo has covered me, Chairperson, especially on the issue of the rejection. Our rejection was based on that, from 22 million to 120 something million, and we don't have the report of what are they doing, where have they spent the previous allocation, Chairperson, and now here we are giving them another money without even accounting to us, to tell us what have they done with the previous allocation. Reject.
Thank you. Fiona has taken up the issue and made the necessary revisions. Chris, explanation, and then we go to the next point.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then we are then done with the department if there are no further observations and recommendations that the members would like to add.
You're saying, Fiona, I couldn't get you?
Sorry, I was just saying that we are finished. We concluded the
Yes.
observations and recommendations for the departments, and now we will be
Yes.
dealing with Robben Island Museum.
Yes.
So
That's
so
good.
Robben Island Museum is 6.17.
Chairperson,
Honorable Khabo.
my apology, Chair. Before we close, I'm just I've seen Fiona has corrected the recommendation on the issue of trust and included the redirection of the allocation. I was just interested to check the one of the the previous item before this one, Chair, and I think it speaks directly to or sports development or infrastructure support, just the the issue of conditional grant. Oh, no. Not a problem, Chair. I made a mistake. I thought that it was speaking to sports infrastructure because I was saying that if it means that our recommendation on the sports trust that the money must be redirected to sports infrastructure or infrastructural development, it should also speak to each other. But now I see that one is a conditional grant, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if in terms of the conditional grants, my apology, Chair, have we also emphasized that issue of treasury, where I think it was Honorable Litsie, where he was emphasizing the treasury. Yes, no, thank you very much. Thanks, Chairperson. It's well captured. Thank you very much. My apology for delaying the meeting.
No, it's fine. Proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just scrolling down. So Robben Island is from 6.17 onwards. The first observation for Robben Island relates to financial governance and audit outcomes. The committee notes that notwithstanding efforts to improve, the entity remains challenged by irregular expenditure and ongoing non-compliance with SEM regulations, with adverse implications for its audit status and future audit outcomes. And in the corresponding recommendation there is that the entity should strengthen internal financial controls and audit readiness with particular emphasis on procurement processes and the accurate recording of self-generated income.
Any addings, honorable members, honorable Khabo?
Chairperson, this observation is quite important, that there remains a contradiction between what the minister has said in terms of the appointment of the chair. The minister said that the chair has been headhunted, while on the other reports it was indicated something else when they appeared before the committee. I'm not sure how we're going to capture that observation, and I think also it's important that we must, this observation that was presented that the CFO is before court. I'm not sure how because I strongly believe that it speaks directly to their governance standing point or their governance status. If a committee or if a board would appoint a CFO and realize after 1 month or 2 months, or 2 years almost, that this CFO is not actually registered or recognized as a chartered accountant, that on its own says a lot in terms of governance processes of the institution, the type of vetting processes that are in place to verify the qualification and its legitimacy. That's on its own, Chairperson, raises eyebrows. And also, this inconsistency in terms of the issue of the chair. We don't know the chair of the board, whether the chair was headhunted or whether the chair, as it was indicated, his name just came out of nowhere as a recommendation. It's a serious observation, and that on its own speaks a lot about the credibility of an institution, Chairperson. It is for that reason that it must also speak to our recommendations on observing prescripts of the law that are guiding us in terms of verification of qualifications and the verification and the authenticity of the qualification. I'm not sure if how will the matter will be driven home, but that is one observation that I believe it's of critical importance that we need to highlight in terms of the governance issues. Thank you very much.
Honorable Khabo, the discussions, if it was discussed that particular day, I don't have a problem for us to add it, but I think the observation and the recommendation as it is there, it speaks directly to the governance issue, of which we you as members can also have a rebuttal in your debates on the detail of that. I'm happy, but if you insisted that you would want it in, we can leave those in. But this is a very crisp observation, recommendation. You can only read in one line. There's no governance there. Honorable Molatani.
I think, Chair, on the issue of Robben Island, it's a very thorny issue, Chairperson. Ne? On the issue of Robben Island, I think I'm not sure how am I going to put this, but the chair of the board, together with members who were part of interviewing panel that approved the appointment of that CFO, they must also be charged together with the CFO, because before they can be able to charge the CFO, they are the one who need to pay back the money that the department have used to pay the salary of the CFO, because they are the ones who approved the appointment. Remember, CFO was appointed on a temporary basis from December, and then in June, from June up until February 2025, he was appointed on a long-term contract. So the chairperson of the board, together with the councillors who were there to run the appointment of the CFO, they must be held liable for the money the department has paid on the salary of the CFO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. I'm just not sure how it's going to be taken up. Fiona, can you assist us in this regard? That should fall under recommendations.
Chairperson, yes, we can include a recommendation on institutional governance, and that will then be reworked and included there.
Thank you. Can we go to the next point? How far are we now? Close to the end.
We're nearly there, Chairperson.
Chairperson, my apology. While on the issue of institutional, I've written something on the chat today. We know the CEO's position remains vacant, and the official that has been seconded there, his term of office is coming to an end. And the department has not given us an indication in terms of what then happens if the entity fails to appoint the CEO. Whether there will be a term of, will be an extension, or there'll be that on its own hampers on the smooth running of the institution. I'm not sure Fiona will just play with the good English there.
Yes, we can add the similar to one of the other recommendations that they must come up with a time frame plan on the appointment of. I think that was also discussed in that meeting. You're right, Honorable Member, on the appointment of the CEO, CFO. Honorable Khabo.
CEO, voorzitter, CEO. Is the CEO, Chair.
Honorable
the CEO.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Molatani, is that the legacy hand or what? Is that the legacy hand? Thank you. We can proceed, Fiona.
Chair, there's a hand from Mr. Mtetwa.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I think also in that office of the CEO, there's also the head of his office that was appointed irregularly, so as they confirmed. I think they must speak to that, because I remember he said that they are just waiting for the term to lapse. So I don't know when is the term lapsing and whether they will be
What's the month
appointing.
end?
And then that process is supposed to consider internal applications and not external.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, I think again, remember the present CFO, how
Yes.
she was appointed. It's still an issue, Chairperson, because there are issues regarding the appointment of the present CFO. I don't know how am I going to rephrase it, but let me think about it. I will come back to the meeting before the meeting agenda about that
Before
one.
we close.
CFO.
That's fine. Fiona, can you go one step up where you spoke or minuted the issue of the adverse outcome. I saw it this morning, 1 o'clock. I'm bragging a bit that I read.
Chair, is it part of the recommendations or is it part of the report itself?
I'm not
think it's
sure,
part
but
of the actual report. The recommendations just speaks about the adverse implications for its audit status and future audit outcomes. But the report, the body of the report specifies that the entity received an adverse audit opinion for
Can we
2024-25.
make the adverse report that did a concern for as the committee?
Yes, we
On
can.
the yeah, please, because that was really one of a kind. I think, let's say that due to the historical nature of Robben Island, the committee is concerned on the adverse report receiving from the Auditor Generals, and then we can just reflect that also in an inverse way as a recommendation. Then we can proceed. I saw a recommendation elsewhere, or is it in the other report, where Honorable Molatani has said before they open, I think, a ferry or something, we must be invited. Now I'm getting fatigued now. I can't recall anymore.
Chair, there's a hand.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. On the adverse findings, shouldn't we make recommendations that they must give us a clearly defined turnaround strategy with time frames, the consequence management, what they're going to do with those who are implicated, and to report back by when?
Full in agreement. We should put a time frame. Since this budget is they receive, I think, 90 million adverse. Thank you for that, Honorable Mtetwa. We are moving closer to the end.
Shall I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, please. My apologies.
6.18 infrastructure and heritage.
My apology.
Okay, just a second, Honorable Molatani.
Yes, on the very same issue of Robben Island. Remember, I've requested, one of the things that I've requested was that they must try by all means to repair the ferries that are still standing there, and the budget of that ferry or of the ferry, it must be included in their budget of buying the new fleet. Remember that they've said that they are going to buy the new fleet as those buses are now old. And I've requested them that when they buy that fleet, they must also put in the budget of repairing those ferries. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malatani. Fiona, you can proceed.
That is captured, but I will just find that.
I saw that is.
So 6.18 deals with infrastructure and heritage conservation. The observation is that the committee has expressed significant concern regarding the deteriorating state of certain heritage buildings and the slow pace of repairs. The reliance on DPWI often results in bureaucratic delays that hinder urgent conservation efforts. The recommendation is that Robben Island Museum, in collaboration with the department, should develop a prioritized schedule for addressing the maintenance backlog. The department and DPWI should provide a joint progress report on an integrated facility management plan to streamline these processes. Thank you.
Any addings, honorable members? Going once? Twice? Please proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. And then we get to the issue of the ferry services. I will just add
What Honorable Malatani has said. Yes.
Sorry, I don't know what's happening here. Okay, so that's, I will just read through it quickly. The committee notes that inconsistent availability of Robben Island Museum's own vessels frequently leads to the expensive hiring of private charters. This not only drains financial resources, but also creates reputational risk when tours are delayed or cancelled due to mechanical failures. And then I'll add the issue of the ferry, or I think it's one ferry that has been docked and needs repairing. The recommendation is that the entity should establish a robust contingency plan and conduct a feasibility study on the long-term cost benefit of purchasing new vessels versus the ongoing high cost of private charters.
It's fine. The next one.
Okay. 6.20, environmental and resource management. The committee notes that the cost of transporting water and diesel generated power to the island is high and environmentally unsustainable, which adds a significant burden to the annual operating budget. And the recommendation is that the entity should accelerate the transition to clean energy solutions, such as expanded solar arrays and improved desalination infrastructure. Sorry about that. To move toward a self-sustaining model. So this is about the issue of the island not having a functioning desalination plant and problems with generating energy. Shall I move on, Chairperson?
Proceed. Yes.
Then we get to 6.21, human resources. The committee noted with concern the high vacancy rate in key management positions, which potentially leads to prolonged acting periods.
It speaks to the issues Honorable Khabu have mentioned earlier on, and Honorable Mteto.
And the recommendation is that the Robben Island Museum should prioritize permanent executive appointments to ensure leadership stability and institutional sustainability.
Yeah,
that's the
should we
end of
incorporate
the,
that with what Honorable, should we incorporate that of what Honorable Mtetwa and Honorable Khabo have said in terms of the time frames? I think we can incorporate those two issues
yes,
because it's almost
Chairperson.
the same.
Yeah, I will rework it so that everything is included.
Okay.
And then we just, I didn't change the conclusion, but I'm not sure if members would like to make any additions to
Please read it to the
the
members.
concluding remarks. So the conclusion reads as follows. The committee, having concluded its deliberations on the 2025-2030 strategic plan and the 26-27 annual performance plan and the budget vote 37, acknowledges the department's critical role in driving social cohesion, nation building, and economic transformation through sport, arts, and heritage sectors. While the department's strategic outcomes remain broadly aligned with the National Development Plan and the NTDP, the committee's scrutiny underscores that the department remains at a critical juncture required to balance ambitious social cohesion mandates against the reality of a budget that is not growing significantly in real terms. While the nominal allocation of 6.60 billion for this financial year shows growth, the inflation-adjusted growth rate over the medium term poses a risk to the long-term sustainability of the sector. Although the department's focus on the NGE and PESP programs remain a vital lifeline for job creation, it is imperative to ensure that strategic outcomes are achieved through demonstrable impact rather than compliance-driven reporting. Regarding entities, the committee remains vigilant with respect to the financial and governance risks facing Robben Island Museum, particularly following its regression to an adverse audit opinion. Sustained and focused oversight will be required to ensure that the entity successfully implements its Clean Audit Action Plan and secures both its infrastructure and long-term operational viability. Furthermore, the committee's engagement with the entity highlights an urgent need for stabilized leadership and strengthened financial governance. The adverse audit outcome, compounded by persistent vacancies in key leadership positions, points to underlying institutional weaknesses that require immediate intervention and sustained remedial action.
Can we stop there?
Sure.
Underlined, what is it? What did you say? And underlined?
Sorry, I just need to figure out what were you thinking, Chairperson? What triggered your
You read something,
reaction?
just read that until underlined again.
Oh, there we go. The adverse audit outcome, compounded by persistent vacancies in key leadership positions, points to underlying institutional weaknesses that require immediate intervention.
And underlying institution weaknesses and lack of proper oversight by the department. I don't know whether members agree if there was proper oversight, by the department, we should not have sit with a case where we have
you are
an
right.
adverse.
You are right,
Yes, thank
Chairperson.
you.
Your observation is right.
Thank you.
You're on point, Chair.
Thanks, my leader.
Okay, Chairperson, so that's been captured. I think should I just read through it again, or are you fine? Chair?
I couldn't get you.
Sorry, Chairperson, I was saying I just captured that, so would you like me to read through it again, or are you fine to proceed to the
No,
last
it's fine.
paragraph?
It's fine.
Okay. In conclusion, the Portfolio Committee emphasizes that the success of the sport, arts, culture, and heritage sector will depend on the department's ability to maximize limited resources through strategic partnerships, improved governance, and strengthened oversight of its 28 public entities, national federations, and implementing partners. And then report
I
to be
think
considered.
I don't know what members think, but that last one, I would rather say that the committee acknowledge the role sport, arts, and culture is playing to contribute to social cohesion. You know, that normally social cohesion, transformation, and all of that. But that must be the statement directly from the committee to say that we acknowledge that role, and these should be, executed without, hesitation or whatever the words may be. I don't want us to sing the glory or the song for the department. The committee, acknowledge the role that sports, arts, and culture, contributing to social cohesion, transformation, address the inequalities. There's a nice somewhere all over the show. Honorable members, Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, in conclusion, I'm not sure where would our support staff be able to fit in this matter. There is a huge disparity or an imbalance between the allocation of funds to both creative and heritage sector and sports, and largely we would plead in terms of investment. I mean, that observation was done. Moving forward, the department must stop this attitude of neglecting sports in their programs, specifically related to the grassroots development, Chairperson. That is one part that I wanted to raise. But secondly, Chair, I've raised issues in relation to the budget of goods and services that has also skyrocketed, Chairperson. And I'm not sure. In fact, two things that I've raised in the meeting is the issue of the goods and services budget that has skyrocketed, of which usually, I think previously we've spoken about the procurement plan that must also give effect to how they are spending that budget. But also we have spoken of the allocation that goes to these municipalities and provinces for purpose of playing oversight, Chairperson. It becomes easier, and I believe that there is no way that Treasury will approve a budget of a Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, for argument's sake, in the Northwest Province, given the allocation that we would be projecting, without them submitting a fully fleshed implementation plan of that budget allocation. And it's only fair for us, Chairperson, as much as the money comes from or goes through COGTA, but here are they reflecting on our budget. It means that we are endorsing an allocation to the provincial government that also will go to municipality. I believe that it's only fair again that as a committee we are finished with the list of programs and projects that will be implemented by different provinces, so that our oversight can go even beyond what we are only seeing in terms of the allocation, but at least we are able to assess per program or per project in line with the submitted program of action or procurement plan, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. If I can also just wrap up it in the following manner, Fiona, that the committee encouraged the department to address the inequalities in rural areas pertaining to the development and sport. And then also the committee is concerned with the disparity or the allocation and disparity of financial assistance to provinces. Is that fine, Honorable Khabo?
It's fine, Chairperson. It's aligned. Small
Thank
dorpies.
you, it's aligned. Yeah,
Yeah,
small
small
dorpies, towns, The Honorable Mthethwa, anything from your side?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pose this question to you and the members, whether if we say, for instance, we acknowledge the efforts that are made by the department in terms of social cohesion, I would want to argue that social cohesion cannot be events based. One event doesn't make any impact at all. Our society has experienced racism. Our society currently is experiencing xenophobia because there's not much impact that you can get from one event like a Mapogopogo versus what, where people will gather. That's the only thing that brings South Africans together. The department must think out of the box, come up with creative ways of having this program as a lifestyle-based program that encourages people to coerce, to what would be the right word? I guess so. The English is not our first language. To coerce and be together. For instance, let me make an example. Even though I will amplify this during my debate. For instance, when you look at the what they call the cross-cultural programs that other countries are running, you will have Sweden bringing young people from Sweden to come to South Africa and stay in Soweto in order to learn the culture. We are not encouraging that in our country. It's only the Black people who are going into the suburbs, and white people are not coming to the township to live for that time. So there must be an incentivized program that encourages people to socially coerce. I think that's the right way to put it. So I'm saying, in as much as they've been doing this for the past 30 years, but we still are seeing even worse things happening these days. Racism has never stopped, has never stopped. Constantly we see that. Xenophobia that is currently brewing, tribalism that is currently brewing, it's a ticking time bomb. So the department, as opposed to it a social cohesion program on events, June 16, which never gets white people attending, uh, Africa Day, all these things. You never find people like white people attending them because they don't speak to them. But when there's Mapogopogo playing, that's when Black people and white people, they sit in taverns or in places where they watch Mapogopogo together and even cuddle and hug each other when Mapogopogo scores. So we can't depend on Mapogopogo as we depended on Madiba for promoting the country. Thanks, Chair. So that's, I don't know how we can add that. And then secondly, it's worrying me the issue of lack of infrastructure development, especially in the previously disadvantaged communities, especially in schools. You know, township schools, rural area schools are one floor. There's nothing stopping the department building up, especially now that it has the MOU with the Department of Basic Education, looking at the ring-fenced. At the moment, we have only the ring-fenced budget for libraries, if I'm not mistaken. But there's nothing that talks to where they can build up and have now facilities for your for your arts and culture, sports, and all those things that they want to build. They are saying in in previously disadvantaged schools, there's no space. And I can tell you that's not true. When you go to the township schools, you find sporting fields that have big grass that are abundant. And for me, this MIG doesn't speak to those issues. So I don't know how we can put it into our recommendation that there must be a fast tracking of infrastructure development, especially to cater for sports, arts, and culture. It shouldn't just be sports. It must be sports, arts, and culture because the department represents sports, arts, and culture. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. The word I'm looking for on the events that you have mentioned is Fiona, but I saw you have note some of it, is to promote unity, and create events that are inclusive of all racial groups.
Or you can say, sorry, Chair, can say cultural exchange.
Cultural exchange, yeah, that is actually on the right word. Okay, honorable members. So, Fiona, that's all addings on in the closing. So you're done. Just delete that last part.
Sorry, Chairperson, the last paragraph.
Yeah, I think we have replaced the last paragraph with to promote social cohesion, address the inequalities, and to transform society. You catch my drift.
Chairperson, I would argue that we keep. I would argue, but it's up to the committee. I will delete it.
You saying?
Now, I was going to say that I would argue that we keep this because it speaks to improved governance and strengthened oversight from the department. It's a bit unrelated to playing the role that the department plays. It speaks about how the department should be doing it.
Oh, okay. If it speak how, I thought that it was like a praising, but it's fine if it's how. If it
No,
speaks to.
it says that the success of the sector depends on the department's ability to improve governance, strengthen oversight, etc.
That's fine. It's fine. You won me over.
Thanks.
Two last hands.
My apology, Chair. Just a critical one. I think where it speaks, you will find it, Fiona, where it speaks about Mzansi Golden Economy, MGE. You see, MGE is meant for the creative sector, but there's no funding for sports. Like individuals who want to go and compete in Cape Town or wherever, there's no funding for them. I think this something similar to MGE for the sports should be established so that it caters for individuals. At the moment, the department funds the federations, but not everybody is part of the federations. And there are those who are individuals who want to go and participate, including those who win certain competitions and they have to travel abroad to go and compete representing our country. They don't have that funding. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Molotani, the last speaker.
Yes. On the issue of MGE, Mzansi Golden Economy, I'm not sure. I think Honorable Mthethwa will correct me if I'm wrong. the issue of these funds that have been allocated, where you find that some of the companies that have been given funds have registered 3 days before the funds were issued. I am not sure where does that fall before I go any further, Chairperson.
Fiona?
Yes, Chairperson. That issue hasn't been before the committee yet. The information was just shared with the committee, so
Yes.
I could possibly. I mean, the recommendations don't speak to the MGE open call as such. It speaks to the Artist in Schools program.
Yes.
But they didn't present on the open call, so it's a bit tricky to.
Yes, they still have to
Until we
present.
have until the committee's interrogated the process, I think it's a bit
I agree.
premature to include it.
I agree.
Thank you,
I thought
Chairperson.
I thought that information would have forced Honorable Gift Mataung to drop his hand, but I'm giving him an opportunity. Oh, it's Honorable Cabo.
Okay. Chairperson, I'm not sure while we are waiting for Honorable Mataung.
You have now also
No,
joined the
you can
chairperson on
proceed.
this.
I thought the
Mataung.
explanation from Fiona will have
Not
everyone
Mataung.
drop
There's
his
that
hand.
debate.
Not
This Mataung
Mataung.
chairperson.
Now, what I
Intellectual
wanted,
property rights.
now what I wanted
No,
to ask, Chair, even if we have evidence-based, so that mean we cannot include it? That's one of the issues that I want to find out. Even if we have evidence, so we can't include it as well.
No, it still have to come in front of us. Members, we have circulated the report.
no, Chair. So before that, I thought we could talk to that one. My apology for there.
Proceed,
I was saying
member.
on the issue of OMGE, I wanted us to get to that point. Because on the issue of MGE, remember they've appeared before us, Chairperson. And we have made an observation on how the adjudication process has raised a lot of concerns. That's an observation that we have made. And we have also made an observation on how the adjudicators, they themselves, people who are processing the applications, they themselves, their process of appointment remains questionable. Because here you are sitting, and we have met with those people, we have interacted with them, and we have raised issues in relation to the process that they are following in terms of appointing these people, but without not necessarily speaking to the issue of Honorable Motaung. And that is the correct surname of Honorable Motaung, Honorable Chairperson, not Honorable
Yeah, but
Motaung. We would
yeah,
want to correct you moving forward so that we don't have problems unnecessarily. What Honorable Motaung is raising, we might not necessarily be talking to it in terms of directly speaking of appointment of people who are not compliant. But we are saying there are glaring signs that has been identified on the process of appointing people who must benefit from this process without necessarily concluding that people have been appointed, because the matter is still to appear. But yes, we have seen those signs of being inconsistent in terms of the appointment process, including the panel itself, the appointment of the panel itself. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
yeah, members. We are going to see them again. They are coming again. And remember, the minister was also not present in that meeting, of which the minister was key to the process of the appointment. So we will get a bite at the cherry. I'm not going to take any more hands. Honorable Molatsani, Honorable Mtetwa, please let us conclude this meeting. We again are going to go home after this meeting, leave the professional staff members, in particular the content advisor, alone again to get all of these in order for us so that it can be 80-seat. What I want to say, honorable members, is that we have circulated the report. I want to say alongside the revisions that has been made and submissions with particular reference to Honorable Molatani, I want to say thank you. I also want to say that I acknowledge the input of members to the changes. As much as, in some instances, when it comes to issues of this nature, you'll find that chairpersons will just say, no, add. If you have nothing to add, don't have a contribution in saying something. But my take on it is that, yes, we perhaps have, some of us already discussed some of the issues that we are going to discuss on Tuesday. But it was also clear enough that most of the inputs that has been made by members was made, and it also give us an opportunity to add some of our recommendations. It was fruitful, so I want to put up this for adoption with the amendments that has been made here today. May I, honorable members, by virtue of a proposal, ask a proposal for the adoption of this report and a seconder. The Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And I stand to approve the report with its omissions and augmentations. Thank you very
Chair,
much.
sorry, Chair, through you, Chair. Before the adoption, I wanted to
Yes,
sponsor
Honorable.
I wanted to sponsor a very simple sentence on the MGE, that there should be a review of MGE, not based on what has happened recently. MGE, since it had been launched, it has problems every year. So it needs to be reviewed. So just that one line that says the
Yeah,
committee
but
recommends.
my concern is, where are we going to put that? They are coming. They are coming, and we will have a proper prep in that meeting with this recommendation that you are making
Okay.
now. That is
Okay.
fine.
All right,
Honorable
no, that's
Khabo
fine.
has moved for the adoption. I see is that Honorable Matawung hand. You want to second this?
No, it's Honorable Molotane,
Oh,
Chair.
it's Honorable Molatani.
Yes. Before I adopt the report, I hope Honorable Mtetwa, as he has contributed a lot in this report, he will also adopt it in
No,
the
Honorable
record.
Molatani.
I adopt
No.
the report. It's on the lighter note, Chair.
No,
It's
Honorable
on,
I'm not part
Molatani,
of
I
the
want to
GNU.
protect Honorable Mtetwa. Leave that. That will come on Tuesday.
I support the adoption of the report.
Okay, thank you.
We need to tell Honorable Mkata that he must also know that, because we are discussing here. When we arrive there, it's like, no, we don't support.
I hear you, Honorable Molatani. Honorable Mataung, you wanted to say something. Honorable Mataung, unmute. Honorable members, with that said, then the report has been adopted, and I would call again on Fiona to explain the process from now on up until the debate on Tuesday in a crisp fashion.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the members for all their contributions. So the report I will finalize hopefully tonight. I'm not sure about that, but I will do my best. It will then be ATC'd either today if our colleagues are still working, or Monday morning. And then the debate will proceed on Tuesday.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, again, I want to say, and I think I said it this morning, all is not in vain, and we should not give up. I've seen members, innocently so, or some knowingly so, drive issues in the portfolio committee and outside the portfolio committee. And I saw results. I have witnessed members going on oversight, coming back, address the issues in the portfolio committee meetings. I have seen engagements from members with various entities, with various stakeholders, and I could see the fight in you, the fight for justice, the fight for clarity, the fight for transparency, and the fight for us to have a better South Africa, a better Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I want to thank you because we are going once again, into a session where we are going to have the opportunity. I want also to say to members, don't give up. And ever since Honorable Mtetwa came into our meeting the very first day, he nodded and he said, this is where I want to be. Every now and then he lost it, and then he said, no, we have lost our oomph. But I still see the same guts. I still see the same power. I still see the same appetite from each and every one of you. And I am not going to, put out there and favor any of you, but every single one, every single party has put up a great fight up until now, where we are going to debate this budget vote. Finally, I want to come to the most important people in this meeting, and that is the professional staff. They are our mouthpiece. They are everything to us, and especially to myself. And I want to say thank you to all of you. The information, when members, approach you for research, for anything of what it's worth, you are always there. Especially the very two difficult people in my life. I used to say she is Sis Chubi. I want to say to Jabu, and I want to say to Zoleka, thank you for what you are doing for this committee up until now. It is really indeed a pleasure to work with you. And I look forward after Tuesday that we will take up the baton again, and we will do what is best, not only for us, but for this country and for the sport in particular. Again, thank you very much, and thank you for this fruitful meeting today. I declare this meeting honorable. Khabo, I declare it adjourned.
Thank you very much, Voorzitter. Are we still live in the country?
Yes, we are